Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress. Hunger and food insecurity are declining from 33.7% in 2020 to 25.2% in 2024, according to the latest report on food security and nutrition in the world. This is one of the largest reductions worldwide, but challenges remain. Today, 34 million people still suffer from hunger, and healthy diets persist unaffordable for 182 million people. The causes are complex and interconnected. Extreme climate events, economic constraints, global disruptions like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and rising food prices. The most vulnerable are hit hardest, and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals is at risk. That is why we must accelerate action. In March 2026, leaders will gather in Brasilia, Brazil, at the 39th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Heads of state, ministers, parliamentarians, civil society, academia, and the private sector, all united from 33 countries, will address regional priorities and strengthen joint action towards transforming agri-food systems. We need to identify solutions together. FAO stands as a trusted and an impartial partner and continues supporting countries to transform agri-food systems, making them efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. For a world free of hunger, this is the path forward. A better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Latin America and the Caribbean can lead by example, transforming agri-food systems through integrative, innovative, and science-driven responses, and build a region free of poverty, hunger, and inequality. This is our opportunity. This is our time to act.
No final do século XIX, o mundo começava a sentir o impacto do declínio da agricultura diante da indústria e das finanças. Surgiu então a necessidade de criar uma organização que defendesse os agricultores e combatesse a fome global. Em 16 de outubro de 1945, 44 países assinaram a Constituição da FAO, criando uma organização permanente para enfrentar a fome no mundo. John Boyd Orr foi eleito o primeiro diretor-geral e em 1949 recebeu o Prêmio Nobel da Paz. Nas décadas de 1950 a 1970, houve a expansão de projetos no Brasil, criação do Códex Alimentários, Programa Mundial de Alimentos, PRODEPEF e Laboratório de Produtos Florestais. Um destaque, a primeira Conferência Mundial da Alimentação. Em 1974, o Brasil reconhece o direito à alimentação como um direito humano.
O Brasil é um dos países mais ativos na FAO, não só por ter sido membro fundador, mas é, por exemplo, um dos pouquíssimos países que ocupou uma cadeira no Conselho da FAO, que é o órgão executivo principal da organização, desde sempre. Desde que o Conselho foi criado, o Brasil tem uma cadeira e é constantemente reeleito, né? Acabamos de ser novamente reeleitos para o Conselho da FAO. O único período em que o Brasil não ocupou essa cadeira foi no final dos anos 50, início dos anos 60, quando o Brasil presidiu o Conselho na condição de presidente independente do Conselho com o Josué de Castro.
Até os anos 80, os anos áureos, né, do PNUD, a FAO desenvolveu projetos muito interessantes. Um exemplo de projeto bem interessante foi o levantamento dos recursos hídricos no Nordeste, por exemplo. Esses projetos, que foram vários, possibilitaram posteriormente a apresentação de um projeto para o Banco Mundial que gerou os projetos de irrigação do Nordeste.
A importância lá de trás, né, desse marco que a gente teve do estudo FAO-INCRA, que foi muito definidor das políticas da agricultura familiar, na forma como elas estão desenhadas até hoje no crédito rural, por exemplo, né, do PRONAF, na formação de quadros, inclusive, né? Hoje nós temos muitos quadros atuando aqui no Brasil, no governo federal, mas em outros níveis também, e mesmo na sociedade civil, que foram formados a partir de projetos implementados pelo governo em parceria com a FAO, e que foram quadros que são decisivos para que nós possamos ter a qualidade que o Brasil tem nas ações e nas políticas relacionadas ao desenvolvimento rural, à segurança alimentar.
A FAO foi criada em 1945, depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. O objetivo inicial da organização era produzir os alimentos que era necessário para uma população global faminta depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. Mas depois, quando a organização foi avançando nos conceitos técnicos, estratégicos ou políticos, verificou que efetivamente havia alimentos no mundo, mas ainda tinha pessoas com situação de subalimentação, de fome, e daí o mandato da organização se focou mais na erradicação da fome. Ainda temos fome no mundo, porém o importante é, além de erradicar a fome em alguns países onde já han saído do mapa da pobreza, é alcançar a segurança alimentar e nutricional, que é muito além de somente ter menos pessoas em situação de subalimentação. Então, o mandato da FAO veio da produção de alimentos, a erradicação da fome, a segurança alimentar, e neste momento nos enfrentamos a uma situação na qual o sistema agroalimentário tem deficiências significativas. Pelo tanto, sim é importante erradicar a fome e conseguir a segurança alimentar, mas com um sistema agroalimentário, por exemplo, que reduzca o impacto no meio ambiente, que seja muito mais inclusivo e que esteja adaptado a mudanças climáticas.
Nas décadas de 1980 a 2000, foi criada a FAO-START, a Incorporação da Perspectiva de Gênero, Conferência Internacional em Nutrição e adoção das diretrizes sobre o direito à alimentação. Projetos no Brasil: Pronager, PAA, PENAI e políticas de fortalecimento comunitário.
A FAO oficialmente começou a operar em 1951, quando estabeleceu um escritório que tinha responsabilidades da execução de programas e projetos junto ao governo. Logicamente, no início da presença da FAO aqui, foram atividades bastante mais técnicas de melhorar a produção, de incrementar a produção. Num contexto um pouco mais recente, a FAO assumiu assistência técnica já em aspectos muito mais complexos, não? A produção de alimentos, como tinha falado, não era suficiente e, portanto, era necessário ir a políticas públicas de acesso aos alimentos, de alcançar que as populações mais vulneráveis tenham acesso aos alimentos. E, mais recentemente, então, esse conjunto de assistência técnica se enfocou no contexto do Brasil em ajudar ao país a sair do mapa da fome, mas também com um processo de sustentabilidade ambiental. Alguns exemplos interessantes sobre a cooperação da FAO que marcam momentos importantes para a organização é o apoio que deu a FAO no programa Fome Zero, no Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, no programa de aquisição de alimentos. Mais recentemente, a FAO apoiou na criação do Plano Nacional de Abastecimento. São elementos importantes da cooperação da nossa organização, mas a FAO também o que faz é pegar as experiências do Brasil e levar para outros países do mundo onde a experiência, a tecnologia que o país desenvolveu nesse esforço de erradicação da fome, de alcançar a sustentabilidade, podem ser muito importantes e decisivos. E, ultimamente, a FAO cooperou com o governo na criação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Esse é um esforço do país de toda a sua experiência e capacidade de compartilhar com outros países, em conjunto com outros países, se enfocar em aqueles países onde as populações vulneráveis não têm alimentos ou não têm acesso aos alimentos. É decir, sair já do âmbito nacional de actuação com as experiências e ampliar as experiências a um âmbito internacional muito mais intenso e ativo, procurando alcançar a erradicação da fome no mundo.
E tem uma demanda, não só no Brasil, mais internacional, para que nós possamos, agora, saindo do mapa da fome, o Brasil, né, ampliar cada vez mais o acesso da nossa população o acesso e o consumo da nossa população a alimentos mais adequados e saudáveis. E internacionalmente tem esse compromisso aí da comunidade internacional para que nós possamos dialogar com as mudanças climáticas, né? Trabalhar a produção de alimentos de uma forma mais adequada, tanto para que impacte menos nas mudanças climáticas, mas também para que nós possamos trabalhar os sistemas alimentares de forma que eles sejam uma solução para as mudanças climáticas que estão postas aí para todos nós. Então a FAO tem aí para frente, né, um papel importante de liderar internacionalmente também essa agenda de diálogo dos sistemas alimentares com o clima, como nós estamos tentando fazer aqui no nosso país.
A FAO sempre foi muito importante para ajudar no desenvolvimento da política de alimentação escolar no Brasil, desenvolvendo parcerias.
Very well. Good morning to everyone. Before we begin, I would like to remind the attendees via Zoom that we have simultaneous interpreting in Spanish and in English. We are transmitting through the YouTube FAO Americas and also in English and in Spanish.
Spanish and English interpretation service available. Also, we are broadcasting through the FAO channel in YouTube in Spanish and in English. Los y las invitamos también a
We would
registrar
like
su
to invite
preferencia
you
y
to
opinión de
register
este diálogo
your
a través de
presence
Twitter
and
con
your
el hashtag
opinion
Conferencia
about this dialogue through
Américas.
the Twitter
También seguir
hashtag
cuenta
Conferencia
FAO
FAO
Américas.
Americas and also
Bienvenidos y
follow us in
bienvenidas
FAO
a
Americas.
todos aquí presentes
Welcome
a la
all of
consulta de
you
la sociedad
to
civil
the
en el
uh,
marco de
civil
la
society
39ª
consultation in the
y
framework
Semana de la
of the
FAO para América
39th
Latina y el Caribe.
Regional Conference of
Mi
FAO
nombre es
for Latin
Duclair
America and the
Sternat, soy
Caribbean. My
oficial
name is
regional de la
Duclair
FAO
Sternat. I am the Alliances
en América
Officer
Latina
of
y el
the
Caribe y
Regional
estaré
Office of
moderando esta
FAO in the
sesión
region,
ahora
and
en
I
esta
will be
mañana.
moderating this session this
En el
morning.
proceso de
During the
preparación de la
process
conferencia
of
sectorial,
preparation,
hemos facilitado tres consultas
we have
a no
facilitated 3
gubernamentales,
consultations,
una al sector científico
one for the
académico,
scientific
que
and
aconteceu el
academic
día 14
background
de enero,
that took place the
otra al
14th
sector
of
privado,
January, and the other
que
one to the
aconteceu la
private
semana
area
pasada, el día
that
21
took place
de
the
enero,
21st of
y
January,
la de hoy con
and
representantes
today
de
with
diversas organizaciones
representatives of
de la sociedad
diverse
civil de
various
la región.
organizations of the civil society in the
El
region.
objetivo de esas
The
consultas
objective of these
es ampliar
consultations
la
is to
participación de
broaden
organizaciones no
the
gubernamentales
participation
en nuestro
of
espacio de
non-governmental
gobernanza,
organizations
escuchando sus
in our
opiniones,
governance
sugerencias
scope,
sobre nuestra agenda,
listening to
además de
opinions,
permitir
suggestions
coordinación
on our
entre
agenda,
todas y
in addition
todos
to allowing
para una
the
mejor
coordination
participación
amongst
en la
ourselves for the
conferencia.
participation in the
El
LARC
día de hoy
39
nos encontramos
conference.
aquí en el Palacio de
Today,
Itamaraty.
we find ourselves in the
Muchas gracias al gobierno de
Itamaraty,
Brasil,
Brasilia
en
Palace.
Brasilia,
Thank you very much
con
to the
casi
Brazilian
60
government,
dirigentes
with almost
representando
60
organizaciones de la sociedad civil en
leaders
toda nuestra región
representing civil
y también
society
algunas
in our entire region
subregionales.
and also
Muchos
sub-regions.
también se están sumando
Many
a
of
Zoom
them
y
are
luego les
also
voy a mencionar
participating
los
via
nombres.
Zoom, and I will
Y
mention the
con
numbers
esa
later.
participación diversa de
With
toda la
this
región, de varios
diverse
sectores,
participation of various
va a
sectors,
ser
it
una
will be
consulta muy
a
rica
consultation that
e
will be
interesante,
a
tanto para
wealth
ustedes
of
como para
information,
nosotros.
both and
Esa
interesting for
consulta va a
you and
tener
for
2
ourselves.
días.
This consultation will
La
take 2
jornada de
days.
hoy está dividida en 2
Today's date
partes.
is going to
La
be divided in
mañana,
2
hasta
portions.
la
The
hora del
morning
almuerzo, a la
until
1 de la
lunchtime
tarde, horario
at
de
1
Brasil,
p.m.
va a
Brazil
consistir
time
básicamente en un diálogo
is
entre las
going to be a
organizaciones de la
dialogue
sociedad
between
civil
the civil
y el
society
equipo técnico
and
de la
the
FAO.
technical team
Por la tarde, a
of
partir de las
FAO. In the
14:30
afternoon,
hasta las
as of
17 horas, hora de
2:30,
Brasil de nuevo,
to 5
se
p.m.
realizará entonces un
Brazil
encuentro
time,
exclusivo
there will be an
con
exclusive
representantes de la
meeting
sociedad civil de la
with
región,
civil society
únicamente a través de la
regional
plataforma
representatives
Zoom.
through the
Así
Zoom
que si
platform.
alguien
So
está
if
en
anyone
YouTube en ese
is
momento
on
y quiere
YouTube at this
participar
moment and
de
would like to
la
participate
reunión a
of
través de Zoom,
this meeting
puede
via
registrarse
the
y
Zoom
sumarse
platform,
sin ningún
please
problema y nos
register
puede
and
acompañar y
participate without
participar.
any problem.
Mañana vamos a también
The
tener
work
una
we will
jornada
do
todo
tomorrow,
el día
Thursday,
y la mañana
will begin at 9 a.m.
también a los que están en Zoom, si quieren
And
sumarse
for those that are
desde el
on
mismo
Zoom,
link Zoom,
you can participate. We'll be on
vamos a
the same
continuar con los
link.
trabajos en
We
grupo
will
y
continue with
también
the
se
work
va a definir
groups.
los temas
and we will define the main declarations of the civil society for the regional conference. We will always also define who will be the spokespersons and the observers at the regional conference, sharing their opinions and suggestions in addition to the representatives of our member states in the region. So at that moment, we will have the remarks of the authorities. We will begin with welcome words of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, Saulo Seolin, who is here with us. He was with us also in the youth meeting that took 2 days, or ended yesterday. Saulo and Seolin is the Director of Food and Nutrition Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he will give us some welcome words. I would like to thank you on behalf of FAO for all the support that you have given us for the realization of this event.
Buenos dias, senhoras,
Good morning,
senhores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Bem-vindos, bem-vindas
Welcome to all of you to Brasilia, to this beautiful palace of Taparati, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. It is wonderful for us to be a part of this civil society consultation for all of the family and different communities, Afro-descending, fishers, all your diversity. This moment is key for the regional conference, and concrete ideas will be set forth in this event. Count on Brazil so that LARC in Brasilia will be a true framework of transformation in the participation and the incidence of the civil society at large. We realize this preparatory event is already a step forward, but we also believe it should be strengthened. The regional conference and FAO itself should look towards this excellent example of the world, the CSA, which has known how to institutionalize a plural, structured, and formed process. I will be very brief because my colleagues will also talk about the central objective of the Brazilian government with the civil society. Please allow me to mention that the struggle with hunger and poverty is part of the Brazilian foreign baseline. It is why the G20, we promoted the creation of global platform against hunger and poverty that has 210 members, countries, international organizations, institutions, foundations, and civil society. The alliance seeks to mobilize resources and political willingness to comply with the SDG 1, the combat against hunger, and zero hunger. From the public policies of and an international collaboration, Brazilian strength and support to the family farming, social involvement, and the promotion of agri-food sustainable systems is central to us. I wish you fruitful events, that the consultations are available, and that you set forth your voice loud and clear. Thank you very much. Thank you, Saulo. And now, on behalf of the Brazilian government, we have Gustavo Westman, who is the advisor of the Secretary General of the Republic of Brazil. Good morning to all of you. It is a huge pleasure to be with you. It is a very important initiative of FAO to have the consultations of civil society. It is always important to value these moments of dialogue. I would like to give my welcome to Pablo, Maria, Jorge. I see many friends, Alberto Brock, who is, I see many familiar faces that are involved in this agenda for a long time. What I wanted to say, I want to be very brief. In Brazil, we believe, and this for a long time, that you don't do public policies effectively without social participation. This is part of the directives of President Lula, even before the Constitution of 88. We have Beta, who represents the Consea. We have always done this in truth. She is one of the eyes of our president. I don't know if you understand that expression, right? And not without reason, because this council was fundamental to help our country to step away once again to take Brazil out of the map of hunger. And this is very important, and we must value and celebrate it. We also have a ministry, and I represent the Secretary General of the Presidency. What do we do? It is a ministry within the Presidency of the Republic that has attributions to connect the civil society and the government. Not many countries have this office, and we value it enormously. The ministry is Guilherme Boulos. He is a person that is very strong and important in Brazil. And it's important to state that this ideology of public policies that are effective and must also be transmitted to the international area. And that's why Brazil carried out a social progress, and we participated with BRICS in BRICS for People. And these are great examples of social participation. Although the challenges are very large, and FAO is, without a doubt, it is a mechanism of participation that is most important in the UN, but we want to do more. And that's why I conclude my brief words. It is that this meeting that you will have will be relevant for the LARC 39, and we will be able to reach ideas that reflect the requirements and ideas and demands of civil society. And I hope that you have a wonderful meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Gustavo, for your words. I will now pass the work to Juliana Gomez. She is the advisor for social participation and diversity of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Juliana. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, dear community, farmers, indigenous peoples, fishers, and representatives of all this area in the Caribbean and South America. We are delighted to be here, and we will be involved in the civil society listening and participation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil. We have progressed in understanding that international policies must be connected to the social reality of our peoples and our priorities in sustainable development. This promotion and social participation and the value of diversity are important components of Brazil's international foreign affairs, as Gustavo has said just recently. In this context, the Itamaraty has sought to strengthen social participation and deepen civil society conversation in all its plurality and diversity. The presence of your presence today is therefore essential for the construction of innovative and sustainable involvements that are carried out in the territories aligned with the priorities of our region. In this convergence between international policies and civil society and social participation that will participate in the challenges and the construction of proposals and recommendations that will be presented during the 39th LARC Regional Conference, which will be carried out here in Brazil in March, 29th of March. We would like to welcome you and invite you to build solutions and declarations that will be strong and robust for our governments to hear. The social participation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is present and available to participate with you and other relevant players that contribute to the objectives of sustainable development and in Latin America and the Caribbean that is more fair, inclusive, and free of hunger. I wish you all an excellent meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juliana. Now we will go directly to Elizabeth Resine, who is the President of the National Council for Food Security and Nutrition, CONSEO. You must have heard CONSEO is a big reference for the regional and global arena in the area of food security and nutrition. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Thank you and welcome to our capital city and our country. I would like to invite you all to begin to practice diversity. I'm going to speak in Portuguese because this is our, we speak in Portuguese, we speak in English. So I'm going to speak in Portuguese. Every time the civil society meets, it is a moment of celebration. We don't know how long we walk to be able to conquer participative moments, not only to involve our opinions, but more than that, to influence our decisions. Social participation has to do with the influence and with the incidents that we implement and that governments take, and also multilateral and regional involvements. It's very important that we can bring our different realities, our different demands, and our different priorities in addition to our differences and our proposals. Civil society has faced real challenges in our territories. We have communities, traditional communities, Black Afro-descendants, peripheral areas. We face problems and we read realities and we create solutions. This is the wealth of experiences of Brazil, but also of other countries. We are part of many of the successes that we've had in the past and in the present to reconquer our food security. These are territorial experiences that the peoples created that have to face their challenges. Public policies have been created. They had priorities of the formal policies and have created a reality, but that is not a situation that is convenient and comfortable. We need to face challenges, new challenges. The geopolitical, not only regional and global, is clear that we need to face these issues. It is a fundamental moment that we regroup our dialogues, our knowledge, and very clearly and very accurate what we need. We need sovereignty, food sovereignty, and we need food security. It is a planetary issue. These are historical aspects in our region, but are intensified today because of climate collapse, which puts the production of food and the conditions of life and the new challenges that need to be faced, not today, but should have been faced in the past. So the agenda that is set forth for the LARC conference of FAO is fundamental, and it will leave a higher requirement. We must participate effectively and in a transformative manner that we will have aspects of interest and information. And this is what we're talking about. This is our role, to put very clear, very proposal-based important transformations that must take place so that food is available to everyone, not only in our region, but for the planet. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Beta, por palavras tão inspiradoras para esse início de jornada, não? Y para finalizar la mesa con los saludos, no podíamos dejar de también invitar a una representación de la sociedad civil. Pero antes de pasar la palabra a
Right, but
Mariana
before we give the floor to Mariana Delgado de Maela, I'd like to thank the Piloting Committee made up by members from civil society who we've worked with since August, September last year, more or less, with many meetings, many WhatsApps, right? We suffered sometimes, all of us together, to organize this encounter. And just like to introduce Misael to you. He is from the Farmers Club, so thank you very much for your support. Mafalda also from the Global March for Women. Mafalda, Gisela, Leska, Gisela. Also from Maela, Miguel Pereira from Zicafro, International Coalition on Territories, Afro-Descendant Territories and Peoples, and Carmen Nurse from the Caribbean Network of Rural Women Producers. She's not here? Okay. Yes, unfortunately, we have some members whose flights were delayed, etc., and maybe Carmen was one of them. But anyway, I'd like to thank you for your effort and dedication during these last months. And I will now give the floor to Maria Noel, the representative from civil society. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Duca. Thank you to everyone who spoke before me, because I think that we can start creating or making sense together, right? Which frames what it talks about why social movements and people are in the situation we're currently in. First of all, I'm like to mention that I'm representing all the organizations that are being part of this consultation process in the First Nations, Afro-descendant people, the artisanal fishermen or fishing, right? Farmers, women of the farm, women committed with food sovereignty, all the different farmers and workers of the fields, right? Of the farms, consumers, shepherds, etc. We're here because we have clarity in the fact that this civil society engagement process, since we proposed working together, we've done this in a committed and diverse, enriched manner, right? It's enriched all the processes we've interacted in FAO with and all the other spaces from the UN. And we've always had a positive and enriching results for all the stakeholders. We are at a time that is different from 2 years ago in Chile, right? The context currently, the current international politics system is quite challenging, right? There's a growing acceleration, and it's also jeopardizing global agreements. When we talk about food sovereignty, we say food sovereignty for the sovereignty of people. And in January, this January, we started with that. We started with a process where people's sovereignty was quite it's not complied with, it was breached, right? And this affects us because the relationships with power start affecting us. And we are managers, contributors, but we're also protagonists of the different territories of each one of those lives and communities, but also of public policies that are later implemented in each country and the recommendations that we make together in spaces like FAO. For us, it's key now where FAO is also questioned, right? Where the UN is also breached or questioned. We want to contribute in this accumulation process of growing articulation and coordination, because we know there are many governments like Brazil who are committed with this process of adding on. So we're here with a commitment of coordinating, articulating, working together, and contributing based on our diversity, but we understand that the agenda is common, and it's common not only for the organizations that we represent. It has to be common, a common agenda for everyone. It has to be a need that is recognized by the states. It has to be working together, has to be is a need that has to be recognized by the UN, right? When the civil society started working, we modified the food safety or food security committee. We institutionalized the participation of civil society, as Saulo mentioned, and FAO began this transformation process with us in the last years. And it's a bit, I just add on to what Saulo mentioned, which I believe is quite illustrative. FAO can and should be more accountable, should work more in articulation, right? And we're here to legitimize that process, to create agreements, to accumulate together, but to realize that these changes that are happening, everyone suffers this, and we do too. So the invitation is extended to work together to recognize each other in this process. And we, the people in the territories, are committed with the process. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Maria Noel. And to conclude the welcoming words, I'd like to give the floor to Pablo Raksuk. He is a secretary of the 39th Regional Conference and FAO Senior Program Officer for the Americas, but I'd like to give the message. He's conveying the message of the regional representative of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, who was unfortunately not here, but he left his message, the message of Mr. Rene Orellana. Pablo, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Claire. Good morning, dear participants, attendees. I'd like to greet the entire roundtable here, the authorities present, and I'd like to begin by thanking with sincere thanks from the FAO to our Aitaramati host, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Brazil. I'd like to thank them for allowing us to have these civil society consultation sessions with the youth meetings that we had a couple of days ago, and in a month we'll have a regional conference. I believe it's quite symbolic. It's quite important that both the consultations and the regional conference are here in Brazil, a country that is a referent not only regionally but globally in combating hunger and poverty. I believe it's very important to be here, and I'd like to highlight that leadership and role that Brazil has regionally and globally. As Claire mentioned, our regional representative wanted to be here today with you, but due to force majeure, he's in Panama, and as a secretary of the conference, he requested me to share some words that he had prepared for you. We know that despite there have been advances in the reduction of hunger throughout the years, mainly driven by social protection programs and recovery subsequent to the pandemic, these progresses have not been equitable. Inequality continues, disproportionately affecting the rural population, women, indigenous people, or First Nations, the youth, and people in poverty, limiting their access to healthy diets and adequate means of life or livelihoods that respect identities and know-how and local cultures. To these challenges, we add the growing impact of climate variability, their effects on agricultural productivity, the availability of food, and prices, which commit the capacity of households to properly feed and sustainably feed, right? Deepening the existing gaps. In this context, indigenous and Afro-descendant and family agriculture or farming have a strategic role. Globally, this sector contributes 14% of the agricultural and livestock production. 90% of those who do fishing or fishermen do contribute a small scale and contribute to 70% of the global exports of basic fishing and agricultural products. In Latin America and the Caribbean, family agriculture represents 81% of agricultural farming, right? And it's mostly responsible of the food that reaches our tables every day. The reduction of hunger and food insecurity indexes in our region are mostly due to this sector, right? And as transforming agents, they've evidenced that innovative, efficient, resilient, and sustainable resource management is possible. Nevertheless, we do have some structural limitations that restrict the full development of their capacities, specifically in the access to technical assistance, financing, and lands. These barriers especially affect women and rural youth, In the face of this, we are working on actions focused on strengthening inclusion, training, and leadership in these priority groups, recognizing their critical role and the transformation of agri-food systems. In terms of public policies, we've worked with governments and organizations continuously with them to promote the different commitments that ensure or guarantee human rights and better practices focused on the elimination of hunger and malnutrition, right? Along with the regional platforms of climate action and agriculture, we've created different public policy recommendations based on sustainable and efficient management of water, focused on governance, monitoring, and the use of technological tools and hydrological territorial planning. Likewise, in coordination with other organisms or entities in the UN system, we've promoted different public procurement policies focused on family agriculture, recognizing the different markets and strengthening of the rural means of life now, or livelihoods. Now, in the legislative field, the approval law, the promotion law on agroecology by the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament is a referent, and it's quite significant advance for strengthening the national regulatory frameworks. During the next regional conference, we will launch the International Year of Female Farmers, which will make visible and recognize the fundamental role of women in the transformation of agri-food systems. For FAO, civil society consultation is a strategic and institutionalized space which impacts and significantly contributes to strengthen our cooperation program through its contributions. The work agenda of FAO is strengthened in the region with sustainable solutions adapted to local realities and cultural diversity of the entire region. We value the prior processes as the consultation dialogues of the youth of Latin America and the Caribbean, the consultation or dialogue of Afro-descendants and rurality, and we also value the Forum on the Youth due to the transformation of agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. These are articulation processes which are so important that strengthen cohesion and representativeness of civil society. I'm convinced that we will continue strengthening this cooperation in the next conference, and this will convey into a declaration which we'll work on together and create together, sharing our visions and contributions. Thank you very much for these days, and I'd like to thank the Permanence Commission of the Civil Society with the FAO's agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pablo. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who are here in this roundtable today. Quite inspiring messages for us. I'd like to now invite everyone to please come here, right to the floor, so we can take a group picture with the authorities. Esperanza, who's our photographer, will guide you on your position, but the idea is to be behind the table here. Everyone, please, let's take a picture behind this table.
Más atrás, por favor. Apéguense al backend celeste, por favor.
Please try to go a step back so we can take the picture closer to this blue poster.
Unos 3 pasos más atrás, por favor.
3 steps. If you could try to go 3 steps back, go 3 steps back, please.
Eso. Los que están a este lado, sí. El cuadro parte desde la mesa. Los que estén fuera de la mesa no se van a ver.
You won't be in the picture if you're outside this frame. Think of the table as the frame. So if you're outside of the frame, you will not be seen in the picture.
Please on the center. Great. Smile. Un ratito más. Sonrían.
Por favor, les pedimos que vuelvan a sus asientos. Tenemos que continuar con el programa.
Be seated. We need to continue with our agenda.
Thank you.
Yo tengo igual a las 11, tengo una llamada por... Le digo que Máximo que quiere reclamar cualquier cosa. No, ¿ahora sigue? Ya. Ah, ya. La presentación de ayer era más larga. Esta de es una corta. ¿Quién es acá? Yo acá.
Aló, bueno, les invito entonces a que sienten, vuelvan a sus puestos. Vamos a seguir con la agenda.
¿Tú estás aquí? Sí, estoy acá.
Você vai moderar? Vou moderar. Mas depois, na outra parte, eu vou ver se dá aquela sequência. Ah, não vai dar, porque tem que comentar. Gostei daquela sequência que cada um que apresentava da FAO passava a palavra para o outro, mas aqui não vai dar. Eu sei, mas a gente vai ter o break. Sim, depois das duas apresentações vai dar um break. Alô? Alô? Bueno, seguimos entonces nuestra agenda. En esa parte Nosotros vamos entonces a escuchar un poco la FAO. Antes del café, vamos a tener dos presentaciones por parte de la FAO. Uno acerca de la propia conferencia regional de la FAO y otro más una introducción al programa y agenda de trabajo de la FAO. Y eso debiese no durar más que 20 minutos. Vamos a ver. Entonces paso la palabra de nuevo a Pablo, ahora sí, en su rol de secretario de la conferencia regional, y nos va a contar un poco sobre la conferencia.
Gracias, Ducler. Por favor, ¿pueden compartir pantalla? Tenemos una presentación muy breve, no les vamos a quitar mucho tiempo. Nuevamente, agradecerles a todos la presencia. Realmente desde FAO se valora mucho y nos enriquecemos de los aportes que ustedes realizan en instancias como esta. Vamos, por favor, a la siguiente, por favor. Son solo 3 laminitas que quiero compartir con ustedes. Una más. Perfecto. Esto puede ser que ya sea de conocimiento de muchos de ustedes que ya han tenido participaciones en conferencias anteriores, pero siempre es bueno hacer un pequeño recordatorio, un pequeño refresh. Y por eso quería compartir con ustedes los objetivos de las conferencias regionales, ¿no? Número 1 es revisar el progreso en la implementación de las
Progress in the implementation set forth in LARC 38 recommendations that took place. As you recall, 2 years ago, we had the conference in Georgetown, Guyana, which was LARC 38. Number 2 is to discuss the current state of agri-food systems in the region and the perspective for FAO's work program. FAO works on bienniums, so 26-27 is what we're looking forward to now in the preparation of LARC 39. 3, to facilitate a dialogue with the state members of the region to gather their contributions for the perspectives of FAO's work program for 26-27. Remember that there are ministers of agriculture of 32 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that participate, and other authorities that have to do with the work agenda in the framework of food and agriculture. And finally, to report on the preparation of this 39th session of the regional conference. Next image, please. I think I can do it from here. So, how are we going to divide the regional conference? As you well know, it will be here in Brasilia, in this facility, thanks to the kindness of the host country and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. The conference is divided in 2 areas. The 2nd and 3rd of March, we will have high-level senior officers. It is a technical meeting in which FAO presents the progress and results achieved in the region and during the previous biennium, as well as the proposed priorities for work in what will come. I'm talking of the next 2 years. When I talk about the work, it has to do with the regional agenda of for Latin America and the Caribbean. Then the days 4, 5, and 6, we will have the ministerial sessions. What is this? It is a strategic and political dialogue at the highest possible level on issues related to the organization's mandate, arising from regional situations and priorities, as well as its link to the global agenda. I would like to tell you with great satisfaction, we are approximately a month away from the conference, and we have a significant number of confirmations attending of ministers of the region. We received a confirmation of the Minister of Ecuador, the Minister of Colombia and Chile. We see that there is a great interest in this event because the ministers of all the regions in addition to the agenda that are in the framework of FAO, use the space of the conference to articulate dialogue, alliances, and cooperation South-South.
It's also turned into a platform
at the service of knowledge and ideas of the ministries of agriculture and other areas of FAO. Next image. We apologize, we were in the wrong channel. We are back in English. I'm sorry, it looks like I skipped one image. There we go. So the roadmap to LARC 39, I would like to share with you what the agenda looks like in the days of this conference. Day one, during the senior meeting, we will take on the topics of the results of FAO in the region. Then we will see the priorities in the framework of the strategic framework review by FAO. Then we'll have a summary of the recommendations of the regional commissions. As you know, at the regional level, we have commissions that are specifically in sustainable livestock, fisheries, and a series of other commissions, forests, and other technical commissions that feed information into the recommendations of the regional conference. On day two, we will be addressing the food price inflation and to support the food security and nutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is very important. We will also take on only One Health in Latin America and the Caribbean, the challenges and pathways forward to address the animal, plant, and human health threats. We will have a session on sustainable water and soil management, and we will finalize on the strengthening of resilience of agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, the significance of the emergence of these aspects for FAO in the region. Now, when we go to the ministerial meetings, days 4, 5, and 6, the first day we will be working on agri-food system transformation. We will be driving this topic, key triggers and strategies for transforming agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, effective policies and programs in the region to eradicate hunger and poverty and reduce inequality. On day 2, the reduction of gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean in the resilience of science and innovation. And finally, on the third day, we will be closing the focus on financing to achieve resilient, inclusive agri-food systems in the region, with a special emphasis and focus on a global promoted by a region, the FAO, and it's called Hand in Hand Initiative. And we will go into the relevance of this significant initiative. So the next one, I think this is not my part. So I'm going to go back a little. One more. There we go. So just wanted to share with you this portion of the dynamics of the sessions, both technical in nature as ministerial. And we wanted to share the topics that will be taken on. I believe that these are extremely relevant for the issues and problematic manners that we face. The speech that I presented when we talked about the progress that we have had in the region, notwithstanding, there is a great deal to be done. There's a great deal of work and a path ahead. And I will keep some words of the civil society representatives that just participated. I can't see her right now. There you are. Where she said, well, FAO historically has worked extensively, but it seems that it was staying behind. That kind of comment is what we want from these sessions, that you who are on the ground, on the daily lives of our peoples, that you give us those constructive feedback, so that the agenda can strengthen, it can be improved, that the concerns that the territories have reach the high authorities. This is what the conference is for, so that the high-level senior ministers will be able to promote these topics and robust feedback that I'm very grateful for. And now I will pass the word to my colleague. Thank you, Pablo. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Bom dia. I'm very delighted to be here in this consultation with the civil society. This is a path that we walk year to years. It is a combination of consultations. We have consultations with you. This is a path that is very important to hear you and take into account for the presentation of this work program for the next 2 years. This session takes on two aspects. Firstly, and very quickly, a summary and overview of very specific results from this biennium, how we present these from the Guyana event, the current context of the agri-food systems in the region, of this proposal of priorities for this new biennium that we want to present in the next conference. As you are aware, each conference, we set forth regional programs, regional priorities. And in the Guyana conference, we sought to organize our program to be aligned with the FAO program of work for the transformation of the agri-food systems through the four betters: better production to promote an efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production. At the same time, and preferably the better nutrition, and achieve food security and nutrition with better nutrition, sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change, better environment, and number 4, reduction of inequalities, poverty, and promotion of resilience, better life. This is the reading that we have in the regional context for the 4 betters. Each one of these betters, of my coordinators in these areas, are here today. They're connected, and they will follow up on my presentation. I am only giving you the introduction. They will later give us a feedback of the priorities that we would like to present to you. In terms of results, I wanted to underline that it is important, which is FAO's role, and this is highly associated to the strengthening of the institution, to strengthen government, institutional levels at all levels, supranational, subnational, public institutions, of the farmers, of the associations, of the communities. This is a role that we work through our technical support or assistance, regulatory frameworks that can be binding or not, depending on the fora we're in. We have guidelines that are built created in a participative framework also. We also work in the promotion of innovation and produce in a more innovative manner. How do we transform these foods? We can have policies that are more innovative. We create knowledge, publications, evidence, studies, analysis. We also work seeking investments in agri-food, both public and private. We work with responses from agencies, and obviously all this is done through alliances. We don't do this alone. We do this with the civil society, with the academy, with NGOs, with consultations, and with agencies, of course, and with the government, and with each area in terms of better production in areas of innovation. I underline the support of members in practices of agroecology, agroconservation, and the increase of governance of water. And so these examples are already in the document of results that all of you will have access to when they are published and translated in 3 languages of the conference already at the conference site. You can find many of these documents already available that Pablo mentioned. This always creates a certain time to have all the translations and publications available. However, this is a summary that will be in the documents of the results. In terms of knowledge transfer and sustainable production, this has to do with the soil and the programs and intelligent technology, and also the program of soil doctors. In better nutrition, I would like to underline that there is a strengthening of joint capacities for the Latin America and Caribbean organization for CELAC, Food Security and Nutrition Plan for 2030. This is extremely important. CELAC is the only platform at regional level of all nations that seeks a stronger commitment of the country under CELAC to eradicate hunger. And the other is to harness the potential of schools to achieve the right to food. We have laws in the food feeding programs by reinforcing the governance, improving nutritional value, and the cooperation south-south of Brazil that has supported us very strongly in 18 countries of the region. Better environment. We have a role as FAO is not only to see the climate isolated from the food system. On the contrary, we strengthen the capacities of nations to implement their international processes with linked, of course, to access to climate financing. This annual we increase to $160 million for the environmental fruit projects spearheaded by FAO and other ecosystemic for agriculture and climate. Looking at agriculture can contribute to preserve, restore the ecosystems, and also knowing that biodiversity does improve the production for sustainable development. Better life, we underline here, as I said, how to seek more financing. We know the public budgets of nations is limited. We need to seek more funds, development banks, private industry. And FAO created this initiative hand in hand, seeking investments to reach territories that are most vulnerable, where there is a higher concentration of poverty, but that has a potential in agriculture, with the recognition that agriculture is one of the sectors with the least amount of financing compared to the significant contribution it has in economy. And its contribution as FAO in the decennia in the promotion of evidence and studies and characterization of action plans, and also with the fora to share solutions for innovation. And lastly, our country, it is the only country at level 3 with the crisis, Haiti. We provide an integrated response combining emergency aid, resilience, and sustainable development. This is some examples, as I mentioned. All these recommendations, there are 73 recommendations, are being monitored by our work plan, our program of work. We have approximately 88% progress up to now, and up to December, sorry. And I hope that by March, we can reach almost 100 or 100%. The next portion is the context of agri-food systems in our region. For many of you, it has been mentioned, the region, agri-food systems have very high, it employs more than 100 million people, 22.6%, considering the contribution of the agricultural sector gives to the economies could be 80%. If we consider, however, that the food system is 30% of the income of the economies, in some countries it reaches 50%. So it's very important. It is a sector that has a significant, long-lasting significance, and we still have structural limitations and persistent that threaten this efficiency, this which is inclusion, resilience, and sustainability. Very much was discussed in the COP 30. So which are the major challenges that we have today? We know that this region is the only one that for 4 consecutive years, it was able to progress continuously in reducing hunger and food security. Notwithstanding this, we have sub-regional nature inequalities that and disparities that still exist. It is stagnated. There are 4 countries, notwithstanding this, that were able to eradicate hunger, including Brazil. However, we have another 29 countries still that are in a complex situation, that are on the path, but that have significant increases. What impacts us mostly is the inflation, or the increase of prices of food, which its income is the cost. So the inflation is very high. The cost of the healthy diet is increasing worldwide, and the agricultural sector, where the family farmers are that depend on this income of natural resources, are the ones that are affected by the climate and environmental disasters. Their losses are high. Drought, inundations, chemical inputs, and deforestation threaten the resources. And we have to, therefore, the alert early warning systems are still need to be strengthened in the region. We have challenges that are emerging, but we also have structural. This is not change, and we know this for a fact. Okay. So in the future or middle to long term, we still have a decade of growth that is lower than the decade of loss, which was the 80s. We have a region that depends enormously of exports of raw materials without adding value. We are a region of low productivity in agriculture, with low rights also for workers, with very low investment in research and development compared to the rest of the world. And as I said, 0.2% of the index of agricultural orientation is amongst the lowest in the world. 40% of household poverty, of extreme poverty, and 18.5 and inequalities in the 40% lowest incomes, and there's the highest difference between men and women as far as food security and inequalities. And this is also in English now. This is the introduction that I wanted to provide you with, and this is based on this context and the priorities.
We are soon going to have a break. Thank you very much, Maya. Let's now have a break. We have a coffee break outside waiting for us. So let's come back to the room in 20 minutes. Is that okay with you?
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress. Hunger and food insecurity are declining from 33.7% in 2020 to 25.2% in 2024, according to the latest report on food security and nutrition in the world. This is one of the largest reductions worldwide, but challenges remain. Today, 34 million people still suffer from hunger, and healthy diets persist unaffordable for 182 million people. The causes are complex and interconnected. Extreme climate events, economic constraints, global disruptions like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and rising food prices. The most vulnerable are hit hardest, and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals is at risk. That is why we must accelerate action. In March 2026, leaders will gather in Brasilia, Brazil, at the 39th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Heads of state, ministers, parliamentarians, civil society, academia, and the private sector, all united from 33 countries, will address regional priorities and strengthen joint action towards transforming agri-food systems. We need to identify solutions together. FAO stands as a trusted and an impartial partner and continues supporting countries to transform agri-food systems, making them efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. For a world free of hunger, this is the path forward. A better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Latin America and the Caribbean can lead by example, transforming agri-food systems through integrative, innovative, and science-driven responses, and build a region free of poverty, hunger, and inequality. This is our opportunity. This is our time to act.
No final do século XIX, o mundo começava a sentir o impacto do declínio da agricultura diante da indústria e das finanças. Surgiu então a necessidade de criar uma organização que defendesse os agricultores e combatesse a fome global. Em 16 de outubro de 1945, 44 países assinaram a Constituição da FAO, criando uma organização permanente para enfrentar a fome no mundo. John Boyd Orr foi eleito o primeiro diretor-geral e em 1949 recebeu o Prêmio Nobel da Paz. Nas décadas de 1950 a 1970, houve a expansão de projetos no Brasil, criação do Códex Alimentários, Programa Mundial de Alimentos, PRODEPEF e Laboratório de Produtos Florestais. Um destaque, a primeira Conferência Mundial da Alimentação. Em 1974, o Brasil reconhece o direito à alimentação como um direito humano.
O Brasil é um dos países mais ativos na FAO, não só por ter sido membro fundador, mas é, por exemplo, um dos pouquíssimos países que ocupou uma cadeira no Conselho da FAO, que é o órgão executivo principal da organização, desde sempre. Desde que o Conselho foi criado, o Brasil tem uma cadeira e é constantemente reeleito, né? Acabamos de ser novamente reeleitos para o Conselho da FAO. O único período em que o Brasil não ocupou essa cadeira foi no final dos anos 50, início dos anos 60, quando o Brasil presidiu o Conselho na condição de presidente independente do Conselho com o Josué de Castro.
Até os anos 80, os anos áureos, né, do PNUD, a FAO desenvolveu projetos muito interessantes. Um exemplo de projeto bem interessante foi o levantamento dos recursos hídricos no Nordeste, por exemplo. Esses projetos, que foram vários, possibilitaram posteriormente a apresentação de um projeto para o Banco Mundial que gerou os projetos de irrigação do Nordeste.
A importância lá de trás, né, desse marco que a gente teve do estudo FAO-INCRA, que foi muito definidor das políticas da agricultura familiar, na forma como elas estão desenhadas até hoje, no crédito rural, por exemplo, né, do PRONAF, na formação de quadros, inclusive, né, hoje nós temos muitos quadros atuando aqui no Brasil, no governo federal, mas em outros níveis também, e mesmo na sociedade civil, que foram formados a partir de projetos implementados pelo governo em parceria com a FAO, e que foram quadros que são decisivos para que nós possamos ter a qualidade que o Brasil tem nas ações e nas políticas relacionadas ao desenvolvimento rural, à segurança alimentar.
A FAO foi criada em 1945, depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. O objetivo inicial da organização era produzir os alimentos que era necessário para uma população global faminta depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. Mas depois, quando a organização foi avançando nos conceitos técnicos, estratégicos ou políticos, verificou que efetivamente havia alimentos no mundo, mas ainda tinha pessoas com situação de subalimentação, de fome. E daí o mandato da organização se focou mais na erradicação da fome. Ainda temos fome no mundo, porém o importante é, além de erradicar a fome em alguns países onde já han saído do mapa da pobreza, é alcançar a segurança alimentar e nutricional, que é muito além de somente ter menos pessoas em situação de subalimentação. Então, o mandato da FAO veio da produção de alimentos, a erradicação da fome, a segurança alimentar, e neste momento nos enfrentamos a uma situação na qual o sistema agroalimentário tem deficiências significativas. Pelo tanto, sí é importante erradicar a fome e conseguir a segurança alimentar, mas com um sistema agroalimentário, por exemplo, que reduzca o impacto no meio ambiente, que seja muito mais inclusivo e que esteja adaptado a mudanças climáticas.
Nas décadas de 1980 a 2000, foi criada a FAO-START, a Incorporação da Perspectiva de Gênero, Conferência Internacional em Nutrição e adoção das diretrizes sobre o direito à alimentação. Projetos no Brasil: Pronager, PAA, PENAI e políticas de fortalecimento comunitário.
A FAO oficialmente começou a operar em 1951, quando estabeleceu um escritório que tinha responsabilidades da execução de programas e projetos junto ao governo. Logicamente, no início da presença da FAO aqui, foram atividades bastante mais técnicas de melhorar a produção, de incrementar a produção. Num contexto um pouco mais recente, a FAO assumiu assistência técnica já em aspectos muito mais complexos, não? A produção de alimentos, como tinha falado, não era suficiente e, portanto, era necessário ir a políticas públicas de acesso aos alimentos, de alcançar que as populações mais vulneráveis tenham acesso aos alimentos. E mais recentemente, então, esse conjunto de assistência técnica se enfocou no contexto do Brasil em ajudar ao país a sair do mapa da fome, mas também com um processo de sustentabilidade ambiental. Alguns exemplos interessantes sobre a cooperação da FAO que marcam momentos importantes para a organização é o apoio que deu a FAO no programa Fome Zero, no Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, no Programa de aquisição de alimentos. Mais recentemente, a FAO apoiou na criação do Plano Nacional de Abastecimento. São elementos importantes da cooperação da nossa organização, mas a FAO também o que faz é pegar as experiências do Brasil e levar para outros países do mundo onde a experiência, a tecnologia que o país desenvolveu nesse esforço de erradicação da fome, de alcançar a sustentabilidade, podem ser muito importantes e decisivos. E, ultimamente, a FAO cooperou com o governo na criação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Esse é um esforço do país de toda a sua experiência e capacidade de compartilhar com outros países, em conjunto com outros países, se enfocar em aqueles países onde as populações vulneráveis não têm alimentos ou não têm acesso aos alimentos, é decir, sair já do âmbito nacional de atuação com as experiências e ampliar as experiências a um âmbito internacional muito mais intenso e ativo, procurando alcançar a erradicação da fome no mundo.
E tem uma demanda, não só no Brasil, mais internacional, para que nós possamos, agora, saindo do mapa da fome, o Brasil, né, ampliar cada vez mais o acesso da nossa população o acesso e o consumo da nossa população a alimentos mais adequados e saudáveis. E internacionalmente tem esse compromisso aí da comunidade internacional para que nós possamos dialogar com as mudanças climáticas, né? Trabalhar a produção de alimentos de uma forma mais adequada, tanto para que impacte menos nas mudanças climáticas, mas também para que nós possamos trabalhar os sistemas alimentares de forma que eles sejam uma solução para as mudanças climáticas que estão postas aí para todos nós. Então a FAO tem aí para frente, né, um papel importante de liderar internacionalmente também essa agenda de diálogo dos sistemas alimentares com o clima, como nós estamos tentando fazer aqui no nosso país.
A FAO sempre foi muito importante para ajudar no desenvolvimento da política de alimentação escolar no Brasil, desenvolvendo parcerias através de convênios e também fazendo com que as pessoas compreendessem o programa de alimentação escolar. Então, estudos foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, eventos para debater o programa de alimentação escolar foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, exatamente para tentar ver os gargalos, os problemas e tentar avançar para conseguir ter um programa hoje, que é um dos melhores e maiores programas de alimentação escolar no mundo, e a FAO teve, né, a sua participação extremamente importante para que esse programa hoje fosse reconhecido como um programa de excelência.
A própria criação do programa Fome Zero em 2003, ela se deve à FAO. A FAO mandou especialistas para trabalharem com o então governo de transição, antes mesmo da assunção do presidente Lula no seu primeiro mandato em 2003, já havia uma equipe enviada pela FAO que estava trabalhando no desenho do que veio a ser o programa Fome Zero e depois o Bolsa Família. Então a FAO deu uma imensa contribuição na concepção desse programa, que passou a ser um programa muito admirado e copiado por muitos outros países e que até hoje é dado como um modelo de política pública para se chegar à segurança alimentar, para acabar com a fome.
Nos últimos anos, a FAO tem apoiado o Brasil e outros países a avançar na segurança alimentar, mesmo diante de crises e pandemias. Em 2025, o Brasil lidera a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, com o apoio da FAO.
Da história da segurança alimentar para a história da FAO, a gente esteve junto e bebeu muito da água que a FAO pôde oferecer num conjunto de políticas, dessa articulação com os países a nível mundial, né? Então, eu diria que nessa trajetória, e que para o Brasil, que recentemente volta a sair do mapa da fome, eu diria que a FAO sempre esteve do nosso lado, um mundo com sustentabilidade. Essa é a nossa expectativa de caminhar junto com a FAO
A FAO é extremamente importante porque ela consegue fazer um debate sobre as melhores técnicas. Ela leva problemas e soluções para esses problemas realizados aqui no Brasil. Então ela está presente em várias regiões, ajudando não somente o governo federal, mas também governos estaduais, governos municipais a debaterem assuntos relacionados com agricultura, com políticas sociais relacionadas com o desenvolvimento agrícola, com o combate à fome, com o combate à desnutrição. Então tudo isso é um elemento extremamente importante que hoje está enraizado no cerne da atuação da FAO no Brasil.
Se a FAO não existisse, ela precisaria ser criada. Eu acho que isso continua sendo muito verdade ainda hoje. Não há nenhuma outra organização no sistema das Nações Unidas que se compara à FAO. A FAO tem uma gama de temas sob sua competência que nenhuma outra agência tem. Então a FAO é hoje uma das maiores agências, é uma das mais diversas agências, e eu acho que a gente está passando por transformações no mundo que vão tornar a FAO cada vez mais necessária. Eu estou me referindo à mudança do clima, ao aumento populacional, ao processo de urbanização e vários outros processos que estão acontecendo no mundo hoje que vão continuar a fazer da FAO um apoio absolutamente necessário para todos os países do mundo.
No contexto dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a FAO, dentro de seu mandato de erradicar a fome, continuaremos trabalhando para que efetivamente essas metas sejam alcançadas, não? Erradicar a pobreza no mundo, erradicar a fome do mundo, alcançar uma igualdade e reduzir as inequidades. É importante a conservação dos recursos que são essenciais para a produção dos alimentos que todos consumimos.
Ao longo de 80 anos, a FAO tem transformado vidas, combatido a fome e promovido a agricultura sustentável. A jornada continua, guiada pelo compromisso de garantir segurança alimentar para todos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress. Hunger and food insecurity are declining from 33.7% in 2020 to 25.2% in 2024, according to the latest report on food security and nutrition in the world. This is one of the largest reductions worldwide, but challenges remain. Today, 34 million people still suffer from hunger, and healthy diets persist unaffordable for 182 million people. The causes are complex and interconnected. Extreme climate events, economic constraints, global disruptions like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and rising food prices. The most vulnerable are hit hardest, and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals is at risk. That is why we must accelerate action. In March 2026, leaders will gather in Brasilia, Brazil, at the 39th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Heads of state, ministers, parliamentarians, civil society, academia, and the private sector, all united from 33 countries, will address regional priorities and strengthen joint action towards transforming agri-food systems. We need to identify solutions together. FAO stands as a trusted and an impartial partner and continues supporting countries to transform agri-food systems, making them efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. For a world free of hunger, this is the path forward. A better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Latin America and the Caribbean can lead by example, transforming agri-food systems through integrated, innovative, and science-driven responses, and build a region free of poverty, hunger, and inequality. This is our opportunity. This is our time to act.
No final do século XIX, o mundo começava a sentir o impacto do declínio da agricultura diante da indústria e das finanças. Surgiu então a necessidade de criar uma organização que defendesse os agricultores e combatesse a fome global. Em 16 de outubro de 1945, 44 países assinaram a Constituição da FAO, criando uma organização permanente para enfrentar a fome no mundo. John Boyd Poor foi eleito o primeiro diretor-geral e em 1949 recebeu o Prêmio Nobel da Paz. Nas décadas de 1950 a 1970, houve a expansão de projetos no Brasil, criação do Códex Alimentários, Programa Mundial de Alimentos, PRODEPEF e Laboratório de Produtos Florestais. Um destaque, a primeira Conferência Mundial da Alimentação. Em 1974, o Brasil reconhece o direito à alimentação como um direito humano.
O Brasil é um dos países mais ativos na FAO, não só por ter sido membro fundador, mas é, por exemplo, um dos pouquíssimos países que ocupou uma cadeira no Conselho da FAO, que é o órgão executivo principal da organização, desde sempre. Desde que o Conselho foi criado, o Brasil tem uma cadeira e é constantemente reeleito, né? Acabamos de ser novamente reeleitos para o Conselho da FAO. O único período em que o Brasil não ocupou essa cadeira foi no final dos anos 50, início dos anos 60, quando o Brasil presidiu o Conselho na condição de presidente independente do Conselho com o Josué de Castro.
Até os anos 80, os anos áureos, né, do PNUD, a FAO desenvolveu projetos muito interessantes. Um exemplo de projeto bem interessante foi o levantamento dos recursos hídricos no Nordeste, por exemplo. Esses projetos, que foram vários, possibilitaram posteriormente a apresentação de um projeto para o Banco Mundial que gerou os projetos de irrigação do Nordeste.
A importância lá de trás, né, desse marco que a gente teve do estudo FAO-INCRA, que foi muito definidor das políticas da agricultura familiar, na forma como elas estão desenhadas até hoje, no crédito rural, por exemplo, né, do PRONAF, na formação de quadros, inclusive, né, hoje nós temos muitos quadros atuando aqui no Brasil, no governo federal, mas em outros níveis também, e mesmo na sociedade civil, que foram formados a partir de projetos implementados pelo governo em parceria com a FAO, e que foram quadros que são decisivos para que nós possamos ter a qualidade que o Brasil tem nas ações e nas políticas relacionadas ao desenvolvimento rural, à segurança alimentar.
A FAO foi criada em 1945, depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. O objetivo inicial da organização era produzir os alimentos que era necessário para uma população global faminta depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. Mas depois, quando a organização foi avançando nos conceitos técnicos, estratégicos ou políticos, verificou que efetivamente havia alimentos no mundo, mas ainda tinha pessoas com situação de subalimentação, de fome. E daí o mandato da organização se focou mais na erradicação da fome. Ainda temos fome no mundo, porém, o importante é, além de erradicar a fome em alguns países onde já han saído do mapa da pobreza, é alcançar a segurança alimentar e nutricional, que é muito além de somente ter menos pessoas em situação de subalimentação. Então, o mandato da FAO veio da produção de alimentos, a erradicação da fome, a segurança alimentar, e neste momento nos enfrentamos a uma situação na qual o sistema agroalimentário tem deficiências significativas. Pelo tanto, sim é importante erradicar a fome e conseguir a segurança alimentar, mas com um sistema agroalimentário, por exemplo, que reduzca o impacto no meio ambiente, que seja muito mais inclusivo e que esteja adaptado a mudanças climáticas.
Nas décadas de 1980 a 2000, foi criada a FAO-START, a Incorporação da Perspectiva de Gênero, Conferência Internacional em Nutrição e adoção das diretrizes sobre o direito à alimentação. Projetos no Brasil: Pronager, PAA, PENAI e políticas de fortalecimento comunitário.
A FAO oficialmente começou a operar em 1951, quando estabeleceu um escritório que tinha responsabilidades da execução de programas e projetos junto ao governo. Logicamente, no início da presença da FAO aqui, foram atividades bastante mais técnicas de melhorar a produção, de incrementar a produção. Num contexto um pouco mais recente, a FAO assumiu a assistência técnica já em aspectos muito mais complexos, não? A produção de alimentos, como tinha falado, não era suficiente e, portanto, era necessário ir a políticas públicas de acesso aos alimentos, de alcançar que as populações mais vulneráveis tenham acesso aos alimentos. E, mais recentemente, então, esse conjunto de assistência técnica se enfocou no contexto do Brasil em ajudar ao país a sair do mapa da fome, mas também com um processo de sustentabilidade ambiental. Alguns exemplos interessantes sobre a cooperação da FAO que marcam momentos importantes para a organização é o apoio que deu a FAO no programa Fome Zero, no Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, no programa de aquisição de alimentos. Mais recentemente, a FAO apoiou na criação do Plano Nacional de Abastecimento. São elementos importantes da cooperação da nossa organização, mas a FAO também o que faz é pegar as experiências do Brasil e levar para outros países do mundo onde a experiência, a tecnologia que o país desenvolveu nesse esforço de erradicação da fome, de alcançar a sustentabilidade, podem ser muito importantes e decisivos. E, ultimamente, a FAO cooperou com o governo na criação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Esse é um esforço do país de toda a sua experiência e capacidade de compartilhar com outros países, em conjunto com outros países, se enfocar em aqueles países onde as populações vulneráveis não têm alimentos ou não têm acesso aos alimentos. É decir, sair já do âmbito nacional de actuação com as experiências e ampliar as experiências a um âmbito internacional muito mais intenso e ativo, procurando alcançar a erradicação da fome no mundo.
E tem uma demanda, não só no Brasil, mais internacional, para que nós possamos, agora, saindo do mapa da fome, o Brasil, né, ampliar cada vez mais o acesso da nossa população o acesso e o consumo da nossa população a alimentos mais adequados e saudáveis. E internacionalmente tem esse compromisso aí da comunidade internacional para que nós possamos dialogar com as mudanças climáticas, né? Trabalhar a produção de alimentos de uma forma mais adequada, tanto para que impacte menos nas mudanças climáticas, mas também para que nós possamos trabalhar os sistemas alimentares de forma que eles sejam uma solução para as mudanças climáticas que estão postas aí para todos nós. Então a FAO tem aí para frente, né, um papel importante de liderar internacionalmente também essa agenda de diálogo dos sistemas alimentares com o clima, como nós estamos tentando fazer aqui no nosso país.
A FAO sempre foi muito importante para ajudar no desenvolvimento da política de alimentação escolar no Brasil, desenvolvendo parcerias através de convênios e também fazendo com que as pessoas compreendessem o programa de alimentação escolar. Então, estudos foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, eventos para debater o programa de alimentação escolar foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, exatamente para tentar ver os gargalos, os problemas e tentar avançar para conseguir ter um programa hoje, que é um dos melhores e maiores programas de alimentação escolar no mundo, e a FAO teve, né, a sua participação extremamente importante para que esse programa hoje fosse reconhecido como um programa de excelência.
A própria criação do programa Fome Zero em 2003, ela se deve à FAO. A FAO mandou especialistas para trabalharem com o então governo de transição, antes mesmo da assunção do presidente Lula no seu primeiro mandato em 2003. Já havia uma equipe enviada pela FAO que estava trabalhando no desenho do que veio a ser o programa Fome Zero e depois o Bolsa Família. Então a FAO deu uma imensa contribuição na concepção desse programa, que passou a ser um programa muito admirado e copiado por muitos outros países e que até hoje é dado como um modelo de política pública para se chegar à segurança alimentar, para acabar com a fome.
Nos últimos anos, a FAO tem apoiado o Brasil e outros países a avançar na segurança alimentar, mesmo diante de crises e pandemias. Em 2025, o Brasil lidera a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza com o apoio da FAO.
Da história da segurança alimentar para a história da FAO, a gente esteve junto e bebeu muito da água que a FAO pôde oferecer num conjunto de políticas, dessa articulação com os países a nível mundial, né? Então, eu diria que nessa trajetória, e que para o Brasil, que recentemente volta a sair do mapa da fome, eu diria que a FAO sempre esteve do nosso lado, um mundo com sustentabilidade. Essa é a nossa expectativa de caminhar junto com a FAO.
A FAO é extremamente importante porque ela consegue fazer um debate sobre as melhores técnicas. Ela leva problemas e soluções para esses problemas realizados aqui no Brasil. Então ela está presente em várias regiões, ajudando não somente o governo federal, mas também governos estaduais, governos municipais a debaterem assuntos relacionados com agricultura, com políticas sociais relacionadas com o desenvolvimento agrícola, com o combate à fome, com o combate à desnutrição. Então tudo isso é um elemento extremamente importante que hoje está enraizado no cerne da atuação da FAO no Brasil.
Se a FAO não existisse, ela precisaria ser criada. Eu acho que isso continua sendo muito verdade ainda hoje. Não há nenhuma outra organização no sistema das Nações Unidas que se compara à FAO. A FAO tem uma gama de temas sob sua competência que nenhuma outra agência tem. Então a FAO é hoje uma das maiores agências, é uma das mais diversas agências, e eu acho que a gente está passando por transformações no mundo que vão tornar a FAO cada vez mais necessária. Eu estou me referindo à mudança do clima, ao aumento populacional, ao processo de urbanização e vários outros processos que estão acontecendo no mundo hoje que vão continuar a fazer da FAO um apoio absolutamente necessário para todos os países do mundo.
No contexto dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a FAO, dentro de seu mandato de erradicar a fome, continuaremos trabalhando para que efetivamente essas metas sejam alcançadas, não? Erradicar a pobreza no mundo, erradicar a fome do mundo, alcançar uma igualdade e reduzir as inequidades. É importante a conservação dos recursos que são essenciais para a produção dos alimentos que todos consumimos.
Ao longo de 80 anos, a FAO tem transformado vidas, combatido a fome e promovido a agricultura sustentável. A jornada continua, guiada pelo compromisso de garantir segurança alimentar para todos.
Nuevamente, seguimos con la transmisión Zoom.
Good morning. We will continue with our Zoom broadcasting, right? Here we were having some coffee, and I will follow or continue. We'll have 4 presentations by FAO, and each presentation will have comments from some representatives of civil society. The idea is each presentation lasts between 5 to 7 minutes, and then the commenters will have between 5 to 7 minutes. We're a bit delayed, but we'll see if we can recover our time. What are the 4 regional priorities of FAO? We'll start with priority number 1, which is called efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production. We will now have the presentation of Javier Villanueva, the main officer for fishing and aquaculture, right? But he's a regional. He's a coordinator of that regional priority. Javier is connected from Santiago, just like many other colleagues from FAO who are accompanying us in this consultation process. They'll take notes, and they're accompanying us from far away. Javier, are you there somewhere? Hi, yes. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, sir. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Luque, for giving us the floor. And I'd like to thank our regional leader of the program, Maya, for her prior presentation. I'll talk about efficient, sustainable, and inclusive production, which is priority number 1. For you to understand what this is about, this pillar says focus on sustainable production models through supply chains and value chains that are efficient and inclusive that can guarantee resiliency and sustainability both of the agri-food systems and the aquatic agri-food systems, right? Considering the environmental and climate conditions, the changing ones. How do we achieve this? Many times we do this through recommendations of public policies, the promotion of good practices, the creation of capacities and integration of innovative approaches, implementation of projects. That is how we provide technical assistance to countries for them to move towards more sustainable production systems. This priority has 5 programmatic spheres, but now we'll look into them, delve into them, so you can understand them, right? We'll try to go fast to recover time. Our first programmatic sphere is innovation for sustainable agricultural production. Innovation for sustainable agricultural production, where we have sustainable practices, innovations, and technologies, and integrated production systems, so resiliency and responsible use of human or of natural resources in agri-food systems. We promote integrated agricultural systems, forestry systems. This priority also includes these other systems, incorporating good practices to digitalization and articulation between local knowledge and applied science. Likewise, we foster the validation and extension of innovations for small-scale agriculture through the development of inclusive value chains and frameworks of policies and regulations aligned with international regulations that can enable sustainability and innovation. Our second sphere talks about blue transformation, where we have fishing and aquaculture. Here we include strategies to broaden the impact that blue agri-food systems have, right? And increasing its contribution to healthy diets, nutritional diets, supporting environmental management and inclusive growth, especially for those communities that depend both on fishing and aquaculture. We do this through 3 areas: sustainable expansion of aquaculture, the strengthening of ordering and management systems for fishing, and the strengthening of aquatic food value chains. Our third programmatic sphere talks about One Health, this approach that allows us to have food that comes from great production, safe food that reach our consumers' tables with all the necessary conditions. Here, we strengthen prevention and management of transport pests and diseases, and different emerging health systems that affect the agri-food systems. We also focus on the promotion of coordinated strategies, integrated early warning system, biosecurity measures, and risk management for biological threats, to protect food safety and, of course, trade. We also reinforce capacities to address pandemics and emerging health risks and future risks, and we have integrated management of antimicrobial resistance and agri-food systems through surveillance and multi-sectoral policies. Next one, please. Our priority area 4 talks about small-scale producers' equitable access to resources. In this, we promote sustainable and inclusive governance of natural resources through the strengthening of different safe tenure rights and the equitable access to land, forest, water, fishing resources, and we pay special attention to indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, the youth, and the women and the rural youth. We also promote access to productive resources, services, funding, innovation, social protection, extensionism, just like the strengthening of national capacities for the generation of data that can support decision-making and risk management in the agri-food systems and aquatic or blue food systems. In regional priority number 1, we have digital agriculture as in our programmatic sphere number 5, where we focus our to bridging the gap in the rural digital gap through strengthening local ecosystems for innovation, identifying of rural technological leaderships, and development of digital networks. We likewise promote inclusive adoption of digital technologies by the small-scale agricultures and farmers, and the incubation of digital micro companies in rural, poor, and vulnerable populations, with the aim of creating employment, strengthening the means of life or livelihood, and to foster digital, equitable, and sustainable innovation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier, for your presentations and for staying on time. Now, to follow our agenda, we'll have two commenters from civil society based on priority number 1, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production. Ernesto Vargas and Rosana Pinto, please. You may come here to the floor.
Ahí, a ver si eso. Puede ser uno de cada lado. ¿Quién hablará primero? No sé cómo va a ser la
I'll speak
distribución.
first. I don't know what the distribution will look like, but hopefully we're going to have 5 minutes. Keep it under 5 minutes if possible. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Ernesto Vargas. Greetings to all. I represent Confepesca in the fishing sector, the partnership of civil society. The truth is, as artisanal fishermen, it's very important, Fishermen's Association, it's very important what we have in front of us. The idea is to be inclusive in all the sectors we represent and civil society. As civil society, we as artisanal fishermen, we just heard from the FAO official, Mr. Paulo, talking about a percentage which we believe it's low, what small scale artisanal fishing represents or accounts for. At an Ibero-American level, we're around 20 million artisanal fishing in Central America, like 2 million more or less. And in different countries, there's around 200,000 people who do artisanal fishing that impact our GDP. And the truth is that for us, as artisanal, small-scale artisanal fishermen, what FAO mentions for us, it's very important for us. It's very important for us to be inclusive, and we're doing so by impacting the public policies that we have in our countries and trying for our sector to be acknowledged, made visible, because we're invisible for the most part. Today, thanks to all the spaces you provide us through civil society and FAO, we are at least recognized in terms of all the sectors we represent in these roundtables. The truth is that we, as a sector, many times we speak, we hear our government trying to integrate the sector, agriculture, right, in our countries. And with these topics, we do have objections, really, because we have cleared the fact that the main stakeholders, us, and we don't want a central activity that each one of us has to be seen to be displaced by people that come with many resources to invest in our systems. And at the end of the day, we're left behind, we're displaced, right? And I mentioned the quantity of fishermen that we have at an Ibero-American level. And the truth is that we want is for you to consider this number we're mentioning, and that exclusivity there that exists for certain sectors, we want that to reach us as artisanal fishermen's associations too, right? So, well, I think that I already took up my time, and my apologies. I'll give the space to Rosana for her to conclude. Hey, good morning, everyone. I speak Portuguese. I hope that you're all complying with this.
Sou militante do MPP, que é o Movimento de Pescadores e Pescadoras Artesanais, e também componho o Fórum Mundial de Povos Pescadores, WFFP, o qual faço parte do Comitê de Coordenação. Então,
I'm so sorry, she's speaking in Portuguese.
Eu moro no Brasil, então sejam muito bem-vindos, e dizer assim que como trazer uma fala sobre como nós vivemos no setor pesqueiro, nós como pescadores e pescadoras artesanais, nós buscamos que, de fato, a inclusão dos pescadores de pequena escala, ela exista de fato e de direito. Porque temos observado que, mesmo nós trazendo a nossa voz, fazendo as nossas reivindicações, muitas das vezes o nosso
we will try to interpret this speaker into English. Our territories have been devastated in agriculture, in industrial fisheries, and when we are in the lack of reproduction of species. How can we continue producing if our territories are being degraded? To tackle poverty, we have to have a recognition of our territories, a recognition of what fisheries are for the world. We want to be recognized. We don't want to have visibilities as producers and recollectors of food that is healthy. So we understand that it is important to have the consultation of the fishermen and women and other organizations that are here present. We want to comply with our rights. I bring a reivindication for the next meeting of FAO, an inclusive and participative event, translation into Portuguese. When you ask us if our voice is not understood by all, we need to have Portuguese interpretation. You consult us, but you have to give us the opportunity to communicate, because without communication, we're not going to be able to reach. We're not. And it's important to understand diversity. Therefore, this is why I speak this way, because it is our right as artisanal fisherwomen here in Brazil. We are facing major challenges, particularly in territories, conflict areas, on behalf of the recognition of fishermen and women in this category, and for the well-being of Brazil and other spaces, and the Caribbean and Latin America. These consultations must be respected and should be put in practice, and that our sovereignty is filled, and we require our rights, our spaces. We do believe that we have agriculture, yes, but it has to be that it will not damage the artisanal fishermen and women, that this should not be impacted, that we are living in an impact in our territories, and we cannot tackle hunger if we do not have a guarantee and recognition of our traditional fishing areas and the people that live there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ernesto e Josana, muito obrigada. Vamos passar então à próxima. Depois vamos fazer uma ronda de comentários também por parte da FAO e de ustedes aqui na
Okay, then
plenária.
we'll have a round of comments after the plenary, but let's now go, they'll be later. So now let's go to the next regional priority number 2, in hunger and reach nutrition and food security in all of its forms. Mr. Leopoldo del Barrio is here with us. He's an official of food safety and food quality, and he'll present about the regional priorities now. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much, Duca, for your presentation. Good morning to everyone who's accompanying us in this important instance and event for LARC 39. Now I'm here on behalf of Coordination of Regional Priority Number 2, and its purpose is to end hunger and reach food security and nutrition for Latin America and the Caribbean. We hope that we can do so through the data creation for food safety and nutrition and interpretation of that information for solid and robust evidence collection that helps with decision making through this technical assessment for different countries for the assessment and updated policies and regulatory frameworks to promote intersectoral work and exchange of experiences, creation of capacities, and collective action to reach food safety and better nutrition. And our proposal is about focusing on 5 priority spheres, which are healthy diets for all, nutrition for the most vulnerable, the food safety for everyone, and the waste and food loss and food waste, the markets, and transparent trade or markets, right? And I'll briefly describe now each one of these spheres. In terms of healthy diets for all, we hope to reinforce institutions and governance frameworks to advance the realization of the right to adequate food. And this right has to be a central public policy in the national agendas to generate and analyze evidence on access to and consumption of safe and nutritious food and healthy diets. As our program leader mentioned, this is quite relevant since the region has the highest cost of healthy diets globally. Likewise, we must have a diversity of diet incorporated in SDG 2. Also, we must also support design and implementation of policies, legal frameworks, and actions that foster healthy food environments, because those environments are the ones that allow us to promote access to and the consumption for healthy diets. We must also strengthen national capacities to develop and implement policies and instruments such as school feeding, tax incentives, and dietary guidelines, among other measures. And last but not least, to promote intersectoral coordination to engage different stakeholders, including the parliamentarians, academy, civil society, consumers, and the private sector, to foster convergence and catalyze collective actions. The second programmatic sphere is nutrition for the most vulnerable. We want to strengthen data collection and analysis on food security and nutrition, targeting the most vulnerable groups. And evidence shows that it's in rural territories. We must generate evidence and promote dialogue on nutrition-sensitive social protection, which includes expanding school feeding programs with improved nutritional and public procurement from family farming. Likewise, we must provide technical assistance and policy support of food and cash transfer programs and subsidized food schemes to later strengthen access and consumption to healthy diets in different populations, and to promote cooperation and policy dialogue to address all forms of malnutrition, malnutrition due to excess and translated into overweight and obesity, which is very important in our regions. BN3 or MN3 is safe food for everyone. We must strengthen risk analysis capacities to support evidence-based food safety policies and regulatory measures. For everything to be evidence-based, science-based, and risk-based, we must enhance measures to prevent antimicrobial resistance in agri-food systems. We must increase members' participation in processes and structures where the Codex Alimentarius standard-setting processes exist, and to support the application of sanitary measures or health measures and phytosanitary measures under the WTO agreements, right? Which is our international relation that we use as a benchmark. We also have reducing food loss and waste in regional priority 2. We must strengthen data collection, measurement, and reporting capacities. We know there's a significant challenge in the region, right? Systematic measurement is not easy, and standardized measure is not easy. We must also promote innovation and technology solutions to prevent and reduce food loss and waste across the entire agri-food system. that is science-based to support the development and implementation of context-specific policies, strategies, and legal frameworks that are aligned with the voluntary code of conduct of FAO on FLW, food loss and waste, to foster global and regional partnerships to accelerate action and enhance knowledge sharing. And regarding programmatic sphere, promotion and facilitation of agri-food trade, we promote inter-regional agri-food trade, not only due to the challenge to the economy to the export countries, but because it contributes to diversity of diets and the importers to provide technical assistance and capacity development for agri-food trade facilitation, addressing tariff, non-tariff, and technical barriers to trade. In the third place, we must facilitate access to market information system, market intelligence modeling, and forecasting tools. And lastly, we have to strengthen collaboration with regional economic integration bodies and agri-food trade organizations that look for common objectives, just like tariff reductions, and to boost export potential and reduce import bills and enhance intra-regional agri-food trade. That's regarding regional priority number 2, and thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias, Leopoldo. Y justo en el tiempo, eso se agradece. Al igual que la prioridad
Just
anterior,
in time, I'm thankful for that. Now we will hear 2 comments. Marcos Núñez and Anderson Amaro. If you could please come to the table up front.
Ahí vienen. Adelante. Bueno, ahí si pueden
Very
en 5
well.
minutos hacerlo
In 5 minutes, if you can give us your comments and your initial impressions, remembering that we'll have a Q&A period and that we're going to observe the comments. Who's going to begin? Marcos. All right, let's go. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. After a coffee, I'm going to speak in Portuguese because it seems to me I feel more comfortable to speak with you in my language. The presentation that was just set forth from the farmer standpoint has to do with what we debate, which is the baseline to reach food sovereignty. The first thing that is significant when we look at the horizon of the challenges that face us is how do we promote the agrarian reform with an access to land tenures to challenge and take on the issue of hunger. The second aspect is promotion of access to land to women and youth. These 2 groups in the farmers arena is fundamental to bring a dynamics, positive processes in our agriculture. Agroecology also reaches healthy diets, and we will walk towards a production that is sustainable. I must mention that it is at the core the participation of indigenous people, artisanal folk, so that in this manner we may reach a food sovereignty that is for us our most important objective. sovereignty of the people, energy, territorial, all the sovereignties that we can achieve. And finally, and not less important, maybe it is the most important topic to attain all these processes, is that we need to have a systematic of corporate food systems. They are the responsible parties for the promotion that is inclusive, detriment of healthy diets. The malnutrition is not just a project. It's a project of a very well structured system that is therefore in achieving income with the promotion of junk food that is processed. And on the other hand, we have a lack of good quality food for the population at large in our region. Therefore, to conclude, to reduce hunger, it is important that we take this on a daily basis with good policies, and this we can have take on this reduction of hunger and increase healthy diets. Good morning to all of you. I will also speak in Portuguese. For the rest of our colleagues that are here, we know that some arrive well and understand well. I will begin with a sequence to take on a hunger, to tackle hunger is a governmental policy. Many people don't see it as a priority. There are agri-food models that are modeled that exclude. When you think about food safety and family agriculture in Brazil or in other countries, we have a structure that we need to implement. And then you have access to land. There's still a concentration. Access to water also has a concentration. Those that have more income have more access to water. Our technical assistance, the markets in the case of Brazil has progressed enormously, but in other countries it doesn't exist. And it has progressed very little. And in many cases, there are various policies, but policies of specific programs. And if we want to combat the reduction of hunger, we need all these to reach everyone, and this is possible. We have progressed enormously in Brazil, and this is a development of all players, social development, governmental governments, but this must be a priority for governments. If it's not a priority for our governments, organizations as FAO, without it, we will not progress. From that standpoint, the significance of recognizing the role and the significance of social groups. We see that a government that we have today, it is open, but this is limited. The organizations and the social movements have not been treated the way they should. The significance of these organizations have not been set forth. We need to negotiate with the government a guideline and then regularly continue with these policies, accompany this process with social controls to ensure that this is taking place. How can we carry this out if you observe various structures trying to bring us down, to reduce trade groups, trade unions, and this is happening in different countries and in different locations. It is essential to develop and advance in these areas with governments and organizations, and mostly and have FAO as a supporting institution. Another aspect I would like to mention, and I would like to underline too, is that hunger is a political decision, and family agriculture and traditional families should be included in this process, giving them areas in the field. We are working, we're producing. This is to produce food, to care for the environment, the water, and so on. And it is particularly important that climate change has, when you look at the resources, we are the ones that receive the least. So how is the country going to progress if the funds for these very essential aspects are not reaching us? Now, the case of women, the strategic role that they have, the farmer woman, the whole construction of the social movement must be taken with priority. And most important events. It's important to not just talk about it, but it has to be in the practice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's close this block and we'll go to the next priority. Thank you both. We go directly to priority number 3, sustainable development and climate change will be presented by Malvin Medina, who will be go to water, earth, national resources, international resources. Melvin. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. Regional priority number 3 has to do with sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change. The priority, amongst others, is in the context of agri-food systems that are more and more exposed to the phenomena of climate change and that have intense reactions in the various countries that have been affected by these climate events has increased enormously. The results have been a reduction in agricultural productivity, a reduction in income, and the implementation of a great deal of other aspects. There are 3 spheres in this regional priority. The first one is related to agri-food systems that have to do with mitigating and adapting to the climate change. Bioeconomy is the second one for sustainable food and agriculture. The third one is biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture. And the fourth has to do with achieving sustainable urban food system. These spheres are related amongst themselves and other regional priorities. The next one, please. So, going into the more detailed aspect of this presentation, these spheres, we brought it the adaptation to climate change to all our systems, strengthening technical capacity and at national level, and we facilitated the access to climate financing, which Maya mentioned at the beginning, which we consider is the important financing resource. Through the sphere number 2, we consolidated data for a solid result, and also we created strategic partnerships and policies of bioeconomy on the land. The next one, please. Number three, we want to install and strengthen landscape management supported by the mobilization of environment, biodiversity, and mobilizing the financing. Here, we have everything related to basin management, the sustainable management of land, soil, and water, of course. And number four, we can see this transition towards agri-food systems in the urban environment, supporting the integrated regional action for public food supply and commercialization systems. We want to strengthen the governance of food markets, traditional areas, to ensure food safety and nutrition. One of the actions in this priority, the prioritization of ecosystems to tackle biodiversity and ecosystems, and the dry corridor in Latin America, in the restoration of landscape and reduction of emissions, deforestation, and degradation of land. In the Caribbean, the implementation of coastal landscapes. And to conclude, regional number three, FAO supports its members in its struggle with climate change, in mitigation of agri-food systems, to safeguard food security. This is done by strengthening institutional organizations and facilitating climate financing, requesting in the public policies, in agricultural fisheries, in the generation of knowledge, innovation, and alliances, and promoting sustainable practices that reduce emissions and improve efficiencies and resources vis-a-vis vulnerable populations that are exposed to the climate change. This is all I have to report. Thank you. Thank you, Melvin. Now, José Luis Rengifo, who is from CITAFRO. Sorry, I apologize. CITAFRO. Please, Melvin. He is going to be the only commentator to this presentation. Melvin Medina, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I believe that this type of space or moment set forth challenges to us, and as an Afro-descending population for Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, for the first time, we are participating in this consultation process, and this gives us, without a doubt, challenges that we should clearly identify, keeping in mind the diagnosis that we have been building in the framework of Afro-descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean. As many of you have seen in COP 16 and 30 of climate change, there is a group of data that was created by CITAFRO, which refers to mainly the Afro-descending descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean have 5 million hectares. We are more than 156 million people, Afro-descendants, nature in Latin America and the Caribbean. But because we are in this dynamics, we also believe that the territory, and that territory of 205,000 hectares, we only have the ownership of 5%, but by the same token, all those 205 million hectares have been suffering throughout time the great throb of climate change that has been taking place at a world level. This puts us in a state of mind that as Afro-descendants, we have found ourselves various multilateral agencies did not understand, and they didn't know that in Latin America there were Afro-descendants, and it is expressed in legislation and in many of the governments that we're referring to. For the first time, I would like to repeat that we are participating as Afro-descendants in this kind of consultation. But we do not want to just stay there in the complaint, rather, but we want to progress. How do we build a process that could visibilize Afro-descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean? And that's why we want to talk about sovereignty and food safety. The majority of our populations, as a result of the privatization of water, the expulsion of people from these territories, have generated throughout time a loss of land. The legal construction, the legal tenure, we have to build the dynamics of the production of foods within our communities and their legal recognition of these. How do we strengthen this process? The food safety is being threatened not only as Afro-descendants, but as a population at large in the rural area. And in this case, we are referring to Afro-descendants because there are other sectors of civil society that are also being affected. How do we generate a recognition on behalf of FAO in the framework of valuing spaces to Afro-descendants? We must have a real participation, and this real participation is how do we identify the spaces of Afro-descendants? How can they propose their own way of life, their own livelihoods, and not only other aspects? We have to also link climate change of agri-food production. This is something that has been taking place for a while. I mentioned it in the previous intervention. They have been mentioning how to link climate change with food production and how we tackle these two phenomena. We need to therefore have differential measures that refer and have to do with the climate, and basically to be able to become involved and drive a change, to understand that how climate change is coming. On the other hand, I know I only have 5 minutes. I've only done 2. We believe we have to, these are dynamics that are transversal. How do we institutionalize and broaden permanent participation in Afro-descending consultations and the implementation of policies in Latin America and the Caribbean? And this has a, how can we conjugate verbs? I participate, you participate, but it doesn't have the us in it. We have to conjugate verbs so that we can all participate in these decisions and not that others take this on. We need to be an influential factor. Thank you, Luis. And now the last presentation of FAO. Thank you very much for your words and your reflections. I will go to the number 4.
Pablo Ferretti,
expert in inclusive rural and resilient transformation, will now present. Hi, can you hear me?
Vamos a avanzar en 5 minutitos, como nos pidió Dulcler, en las 6 áreas de
We are now going to talk about the 6 work area of Better Life, work areas in Better Life in Latin America and the Caribbean. So sorry, his screen is frozen. Next slide. What we must have clarity on is that the 6 work areas that are related to Better Life are related with 3 factors which are important for us in Latin America. The first one is the 67% of multidimensional poverty in 21 countries in Latin America continue being rural. This is 6 times more than in urban areas. We also have a frail productive structure. 80% of the employment is in low productivity sectors with high informality and low wages. And in the third place, the rural zones are increasingly more exposed to the extreme weather and climate events and extreme social and economic shocks. That is why we're looking at the 6 work priorities in FAO. The first one is rural female empowerment and gender equality for women, right? We understand that many well-being and there are many well-being gaps and inequalities related to women. And when it's rural women, these increase. That is why if we want to bridge the gaps of access to income, assets, productive and services, right, we must promote the economic and financial empowerment of rural women and strengthen the economy of care. The second work area, we've called it inclusive rural transformation. Inclusion of indigenous peoples of African descent and the rural youth too. Here, in this work area, I'd like to note that here, work on Afro-descendants is concentrated. Many comments have been mentioned before regarding the same topic, right, in the room. And I'd also recommend that you see the statistics information that FAO and ECLAC have published on African descendants and Afro-descendant people too in 2025. That's my recommendation. In this work area, we're focused on 3 priorities. Our first priority is to foster the use of tools, protocols, and policy instruments that include economic, productive, and social inclusion of First Nations and Afro-descendants. The second one has to do with family agriculture. We want to support the members in the design and implementation of policy frameworks, programs, platforms, and tools to strengthen family farming and agriculture. The third point relates to the synergy between national social protection systems and rural development initiative, strengthening its coherence and synergy. The aim of this work area is to go from fragmented policies towards more integrated policies, which subsequently contributes to reducing poverty, but also we can probably contribute towards more sustainable productive trajectories that are more sustainable in territories. The third work area relates to agriculture and food emergencies. Here we have 2 dimensions. The first one is the development of multi-hazard early warning systems, including local and community mechanisms to allow early action, inclusive action, and risk preparedness. Then our second bullet point talks about strengthened livelihood, resilience, and disaster risk management, including restoration and recovery of rural territories and agri-food systems affected by crisis, conflicts, and socioeconomic crisis, right? And this work area seeks to protect the advances of poverty reduction and to mitigate the impacts. Next slide, please. There's another work area number 4, which is resilient agri-food systems. We want to deepen the integration between resilience, inclusion, and the public policies that exist, improving risk management through social protection approaches and inclusion in countries affected by a food crisis and disasters, by also creating data analysis for anticipatory action, including return on investment actions and analysis. We must adopt public decisions in a preventive, efficient, and cost-effective manner, and not only react in the face of disasters. We have another two initiatives that are also linked to the first initiative, where it's called the hand-in-hand initiative, right? And we need to seek to strengthen an analytical capacity for evidence-based investment decision-making. We want to work to identify priority territories and align the objectives for the reduction of poverty, resilience, and productivity with the different strategies for investment and territorial development. And the last matter we must mention here is the scaling up of investment. We want to contribute in the design of innovative mechanisms for enabling public and private investment for territorial development, as a risk infrastructure, energy transition, digitalization, and rural connectivity. This work area is about scaling up impacts and guaranteeing the sustainability of the interventions throughout time. That's what we're seeing in Better Life, and thank you very much for your attention. Okay, thank you, Pablo. We are now going to go to our comments. I have Taina and Berta here who will comment on that presentation. We have quite limited time, remember? Oh, it's 4 people?
Mira, nosotros tenemos una cuestión de interpretación.
We have interpretation services, which, well, at some point we are going to have to shut down transmissions, and we also have lunch scheduled. So we'll try to comply with the schedule. We have 2 people here that will comment. Okay, great. And remember that hopefully we have more space a bit after the presentations for you to ask questions before lunch. Hopefully, right? If not, we would be here for we're just going to be here for 1.5 more days working with you. So I'm going to give you the floor. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you, Duca. In these points, we talked about recognizing non-wage care systems, right? Universal and transforming social protection policies from an intersection or intersectorial perspective or approach, right? That cares for the multiple ways of discrimination regarding food, which is the cause and the root cause of many inequalities towards women. We also mentioned that we cannot look at the priorities in an isolated manner. They need to all go together from 1 to 4. And we should focus on the 4 unified priorities. In the face of emergencies, it's key to think about how FAO is thinking about responding in a context of mass migration or immigration, when the sovereignty of the states of Latin America are currently being threatened. And it's a quite sensitive topic we need to start thinking about, not only as a civil society and about the indigenous peoples of First Nations. We need to think about all this together because many things are happening in our countries, and we need to face all these threats as in our rights, our advocates, right? And regarding the hand-in-hand strategy, we need mechanisms for monitoring governance. for monitoring data and decision making. Monitoring is very important for us in decision making to provide a follow-up. Now, as First Nations, it's also important to acknowledge our fundamental rights, regard the respect to land, territory, natural resources. We've been in multiple scenarios where we don't have the right to free, prior, and informed consent with the UN. So we, as First Nations, we always note that it's very important to have these moments of struggle as First Nations. And finally, I believe that this is our proposal, and it's important to start dimensioning these type of work, right, in our countries, in our communities, in our territories, because we're here, we sit down here for a consultation, and for the time being, it's all in paper, and we don't have that in the territories in practice, right, in the fields, which is what we must reinforce with the states, with FAO, jointly, and to improve food security in our countries, or food sovereignty. Thank you. Yes, I want to add to what my comrade said here. Inequality and poverty in rural areas have not been improved. On the contrary, they have worsened since investments towards the rural area are minimum, given the extent of corruption reach, right, where we've seen the increase of migration from the farms to the city, rural areas to urban areas, and to different countries. And the marginal chains in the cities or borders have increased, right? Increasing pregnancies, violence, early pregnancies, the separation of families, etc. Despite this, all communities have adapted to all the inhumane processes in rural areas. Despite this, we do see a significant increase of consumers to support agroecology. Unfortunately enough, no government has supported us in a decisive manner, which has supported agroecology in rural areas. It's been just that's my main takeaway. Thank you.
Sí.
Yes.
Jimena. Ok, Jimena.
Jimena.
Ok. Adelante, Jimena, entonces.
Go ahead, Jimena.
Adelante, cortito.
Buen día. Soy Jimena
Better be brief.
Moreno.
Hi, I'm Jimena Moreno. I'm Chilean. I've been living for 15 years in Brazil. I'm part of CCA Brazil and an international team. And I think that Portuguese should be included, right? For the different softness peoples to continue participating in the platform. So I'd like to add to that request to have a translation in Portuguese to advance. And this, we must look at regional priorities. We must mention that poverty in Latin America has to do with the skin color and gender. Women, Afro-descendants, indigenous people, migrants, and sexual diversities are subject to the worst consequences of capitalism. And they're the ones that suffer the consequences of climate change and food apartheid. We also want to mention that hunger in Latin America is used as a submission strategy to the powerful families and the keeping of the political powers that want to maintain the status quo of the oppressor, right? We must include sovereignty and people's sovereignty and feed or food to be strengthened by cultural resources, spirituality, which have been destroyed by ultra-processed food and poison and the food industry. Why? Because when we value cultures, territories, and customs are strengthened, and also the used food. And we must directly impact the maintenance of farmers, shepherds, fishermen, and different territories, growing healthy food and sustainable and environmental sustainable forms. It's very important to support mapping and social technologies because people are already on this, and we have different examples of low-cost examples. It's important to recognize the popular origin of this resiliency of rural areas is directly related to the promotion of agroecological transition and the reduction of the use of agrotoxins. We must recognize the urgent character of public policies that bring people together, or that people who stop the human rights to feed do, right? People are dedicated to the sacred knowledge of producing food and maintaining the millennial know-how, right, and worldview. So our food is in balance with nature. We have to be outraged with the idea that land, food, seeds are seen as just a source of for enriching just a few. That's why we can't give more funding to the actual exported model, creator of poverty and misery of the small farmers, fishers, and gatherers. We must drive direct connections with the urban and rural areas, reducing the intermediaries of the food chains, and improving financial health of consumers that receive sustainable food with better prices. In addition, this is a direct connection which brings education valuation forms out in the fields. Without this, there's no nutritional food safety or security. Last but not least, we know that food must be healthy and cheap, but this cost cannot be accounted for based on the poverty of those that dedicate their life to food collection, fishing, etc. Thank you. Thank you, Jimena. I know that we're all here and everyone wants to comment, but there will be we'll have Q&A, and this space will not be that long, but let's remember that we'll be here for a day and a half. Right now, we'll go with the presentation of Perla Marinella on the regional priority number 5. Follow-up, monitoring, and evaluation processes for regional actions, right? We have Maria Noel and Perla Alvarez Brites. The floor is yours.
La Sonia, okay. Sonia?
Sonia? Okay, Sonia will be here. Sonia Riveros.
Si alcanzan a hacer la presentación en 7 minutos.
If you're able to keep your presentation in 7 minutes, that'd be great.
Hola, hola. Paisapa. Serore po hesao po ape ave I que to hawere
Speaking in her native language.
Alianza Continental por la Soberanía Alimentaria Guive.
Continental Partnership for Food Sovereignty, WIVE. I'm greeting in Guarani. I think that we're diverse in different cultures. We have different experiences, different languages, which makes these encounters enriching, and they can contribute towards a hopeful horizon, right? Which is what's gathering us here today. I wanted to briefly contribute by contributing some elements on food sovereignty governance at a regional level. And the prior consultation of 2024 in Chile, and the Continental Partnership for Food Sovereignty, we've been speaking about the need of adding a 5th priority to the 4 priorities that FAO works on in a strategic plan, and also globally and regionally. And we've spoken about the need of adding this priority because the other priorities, the 4 priorities, better life, better food, better production, better environment, wouldn't be possible without multilateral governance, plural governance, and the governance of those that are subjects of rights and the protagonists of food production, and those that care for the environment. Because we talk about food sovereignty, but we talk about food sovereignty from a multidimensional perspective, which engages all the stakeholders, but also territories, also stories, And that set of knowledge that we're bringing from our ancestors, from the academia, sorry, and which we're calling agroecology nowadays, which is related not only with mode of production or way of producing, but a way of relating, engaging in territory. And we need to speak about this fifth priority. We haven't developed it that much. That's why we're in this consultation process, raising some elements. We need to start building knowledge collectively based on the multiple experiences we have here, defining roles, defining how we will materialize all this we talk about so much, which is participatory democracy and decision making, but not only in the moment where everything is already done, right? But it's about how we start building from planning to execution and the evaluation and assessment of all the public policies that have to do with food. But all that feeding food has to be quite linked with the care for our environment, right? We mentioned that we need to have full, informed, effective participation, but not only in defining these policies, but in how to better distribute our resources, access to resources, our finances, and considering many elements, some of which we have already mentioned, but among which we have the prioritization of the participation of those right holders. There's many of us, right? I've seen here, but we must also define how we will reduce those unequal gaps we have in our region. Furthermore, poverty is normally concentrated in those that produce food, right? And that's where we see these gender inequality and generational matters. Therefore, we need to continue advancing and defining what we understand as governance, but even more in how we will develop this. So I'm going to leave you with Maria Noel to see what the future brings for us. How do we project the future?
Nosotros venimos en un proceso desde que participa sociedad civil y se vincula en la FAO que viene increciendo a lo largo de los años. Cuando hablamos de increciendo, estamos hablando de
And we're in a process that has been growing throughout the years. We are talking about 3 decades ago. We started our participation process, first of all, as observers, then some organizations that are registered in a specific status. Then we have to be able to reach the consultations, participation, and management of consultation based on civil society, right? Later, we later helped transform and institutionalize the engagement of civil society in the Council for Food Safety, Security, and in that process, the commitment of civil society and the indigenous First Nations and Afro-descendant people. This always showed a commitment to articulate, to think, and put the technical positions and everything of this articulation process. Now, when we present this proposal, the fifth priority, when we presented it, that's the sense we gave to it. We need a context, and we must establish a system in which we can take some of these processes and consider them and look at them closely, as Perla mentioned, in terms of resources, in terms of content and strategy. And we're building this, and we want to do this in the process. We want to work on the how, but we want to launch a formal invitation to FAO and for this biennium that we have now in the future. And we just want to commit to addressing that topic. Maybe we can establish a group that allows us to address everything, right? And bringing the elements that we have from 2 places that has set an objective, and not letting other 2 goals 2 years pass by for the next consultation process, but for us to continue with the content and to have that dialogue with FAO. So from here, from civil society and the partnership, we want to propose that we have the possibility of thinking about a work group that is mixed, that can address with all the organizations that are here present, an articulation process in the region where we recognize where we're working from, right? Where we're living and the roles, as my peers mentioned in the first intervention. So that's what civil society is assuming here, and that's what we want to leave on the table and to start putting context into this. Thank you.
Hola. Buenos días todavía para todos y todas.
Good morning to all of you. From the Afro-descending peoples, and particularly from the standpoint of women, we sustain the proposal of a fifth transversal consideration, which is called democratic governance of intersectorial and interterritorial, that will complement and strengthen the four existing priorities: improve production, improve nutrition, improve the environment, better life, and recognition that none of them can be reached fully without structures of inclusive participative governance and with a focus on rights. We understand that governance is not only a group of institutional processes, but rather as a political, social, and community-based process geared towards democratizing decision-making, inclusion of the civil society, of the organizations of civil society, and recognizing the territorial sovereignty, the identities, the cultural expressions, and the knowledge. In this sense, a governance is a fundamental condition for a fair participation of food systems, land, water, communities, and an equanimous use of resources, specifically based on and responding to historical, structural differences that affect Afro-descendants. This priority puts the intersectorialness at the center of recognizing ancestral knowledge as pillars for the sustainability of life. By the same token, it allows us to understand climate change, the persistent gaps of land tenure, of credit, of basic services, and the technical assistance, as the situations of violence and structural racism that limits our food safety in our territories, particularly in Afro-descendant areas. Within this framework, our people recognizes Afro-descendant women as strategic pillars in a territorial development and fundamental for the conservation of biodiversity, of food production, of transmission of knowledge, safety, and food sovereignty, and the constructions of local resilient communities, their leadership and experience at the community level are key aspects for the design, implementation, and monitoring of public policies that are aligned with FAO's guidelines. We would like FAO to strengthen their commitment with an inclusive alliance partnership, first through the active participation of the civil society and social organizations in the design and implementation and monitoring of public policies in matters of food safety. The information that should be disaggregated with institutional focus or centered around it. The effort of Afro-descendants as subjects with rights, the creation and strengthening of effective participation mechanisms that are binding with the civil society of Afro-descendants, and the implementation and evaluation of policies and programs. And finally, the recognition and protection, as well as guarantees of territorial locations and recognition of ancestral background, and recognition for the sustainability of agri-food system, responding to FAO's mandates. And finally, and not less important, as Afro-descendants in Latin America and the Caribbean, we value positively this moment that includes our voices, that without a doubt complement this discussion without leaving anyone behind. We are CITAFRO, the International Organization for the Defense, Conservation, and Protection of the Territories, the Environment, the Use of Land, and the Climate Change, or Afro-descendants of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muchas gracias. Entonces,
Thank you very much. We will now go, and thank you for the comments. We have taken notes, and we will progress with the agenda. We will now have a presentation which will be summarized by 3 consultations that had before this current consultation to the civil society. I would like to invite John Anton, who will give us information about Afro that took place before the consultation. Claudio Brito, who is in gender, in the gender topic, in that which relates to the conversations that took place last year. And I don't have the name of who's going to speak on behalf of the Young People's Group. Is a person present? Yes. Okay. Could you please come? It's 3 of you. It's not going to be possible for 3 of you to speak. You're going to. I'm very sorry. We have 5 minutes of how. Okay. If the 3 people are going to speak in 5 minutes, we'll see. Okay, let's begin right now. Please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good morning. I am Leonel Sanchez. I come from Ecuador. I'm from CITAFRO. CITAFRO is an organization of Afro-descendants. We are in 16 countries. We are various organizations from Mexico to Uruguay. We'd like to thank FAO for our participation as an Afro-descendant peoples, and what the discussion has been with that synthesis. We have set forth 5 topics, and the first is the right to land and productive areas of Afro-descendants. We have talked about the political involvement of FAO for the territorial aspect in the different Afro-descendant territories, the importance of visibilizing a successful agro-food developed by Afro-descendant peoples in their territories. We define the significance of documenting and valuing systems by knowledge, ancestral knowledge. We also demanded the inclusion of the territorial perspective in all public policies of agro-food system, as was set forth by our colleague Sonia. Another point has to do with the concept of sovereignty from the Afro-descendant standpoint. We are discussing this as a fundamental right and link it to the territorial guarantee as the food autonomy, and incorporating a concept that is new for this environment, the territory that is part as part of our Afro-descending territory as a substantial. Various proposals were set forth to favor the community of Afro-descendants with the collaboration of FAO and the international governments. Another aspect of five is the strengthening of own production to generate programs and financial programs for the realities of Afro-descendants in our territories, transfer of technologies that will respect and foster our Afro-descendants' capacities and knowledges, commercialization that is fair for local production, and recognize the openness of FAO. We valued the moments that were allowed in the discussions, the recognition of institutional involvement of Afro-descendants in policies towards looking forward. Never again will FAO continue without Afro-descendants. And climate change and the impact that it has fallen upon our territories. This region in the most biodiverse areas, it talks about climate change and the food related to Afro-descendants and our livelihoods in our communities. We demand to have differentiated climate change norms, and we demand climate justice that will recognize the vulnerability that is structural that have been generated by the capitalist and slave process. From our standpoint, I'm very thankful. I would go now to the three youth that have been working for 2 intensive days in this same room in the youth organizations. We have 3 representatives here today. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to begin that the reading of this declaration is a prioritized gaps and demands as a result from our fora. There are other aspects, but we do recognize that this is not unique to youth. There are specific points that reach us, and this is in the declaration of Youth Declaration for the Transformation of Agri-Food Systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. We, the youth, indigenous and Afro-descendants of family agricultures, fishers, artists, artisanal fillers, recollectors, diverse migrant and conflict exposed, respond to 3 platforms that represent more than 146 different groups of sovereignty in Latin America and the Caribbean, the International Fora of World Food Forum, the Global Youth Action, the youths of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have gathered in a dialogue and local incidents as a result of participative consultation and co-creation in the sub-regions of Latin America, Mesoamerica, and the Caribbean. We have a link and a connection to set forth our priorities and demands and actions of transformation to the member states and FAO and their commitment with the 4 betters and our involvement for a governance. In this state, we identify the following gaps: difficulty to access of land and financing provoked by structural inequalities, the lack of financial education, the lack of credits, and high states, the affected by conflict through production of schools, communities, and others led by youth. This is the capacity of response affects children, adolescents, and young people. A critical disconnection between climate policies, territorial realities, alongside the degradation of natural resources, which excludes young people, decision-making on energy transition with a dignified life. Rural and marginalized are given violence and sanitary conditions and indignant and disqualified access and the lack of infrastructure. Access to young people in civil society, deficiency in support in the person is speaking far too fast for the interpreters to actually follow them without a written support. Given the past, we have the following demands in the next exit. Promote the declaration of financial aspect supporting designs specifically linked to credit, the profiling of financing projects promoted by youth, including programs that have a focus agri-food systems with public support, the creation of seed banks with communities and a circular economy led by youth. This must be based and recognized with the cultural practices of areas guaranteeing the security and food sovereignty, design and establish plans of risk reduction and resilience where the axis of execution are carried out with youth and providing legal security and with ancestral and biodiversity recognition of our peoples. The application of public policies that are comprehensive, that guarantee dignified livelihood, structure, and equanimous conditions in all rural areas, keeping in mind that we guarantee all the resources in the international cooperation and multilateral cooperation with systems in the region to promote the reduction of inequality and increase resilience, establish mechanisms of civil society and also multi areas of sovereignty with the inclusiveness of youth. Youth fora for the systems of Latin America and the Caribbean during the consultation for the organizations of civil society in the process of the preparation of international conferences. Youth for the youth support for national and international involvement for the Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to conclude reaffirming that without youth, there's no sovereignty.
Nuestra presencia no es una concesión, es una condición para que el campo, los territorios y los pueblos sigan. Las juventudes no somos el futuro, somos el presente vivo, produciendo, cuidando y sosteniendo la vida en los territorios.
Entonces, a próxima
Thank you.
presentación.
We will go.
Y sería la última presentación del día. Veo que en el Zoom hay manos alzadas. Tal vez ya los vamos a pasar la palabra. Ahora, para terminar esa ronda de información sobre lo que pasó antes de la consulta en relación a algunos sectores, está nuestra colega de la FAO conectada, oficial de género, Claudia Brito, que nos va a comentar actividades que se hicieron y diálogos del año pasado.
Talk about the dialogues from last year and preparedness for the consultation. Claudia, can you hear us? Yes, I hear you, Duca. You have 5 minutes. Well, with the context that you just explained, last year, we've made this effort along with the organizations to have specific spaces to create these necessary dialogues for the regional conference. And in addition, I mentioned here the importance of recognizing that this year we will be remembering and celebrating the year of the women farmers. And last year, that these activities were framed within a dialogue process for the construction of the agenda that we will start supporting from FAO along with organizations within the framework of this year. We had 2 activities last year, which were quite interesting with the female organization of women, right? One was a pre-forum event, and then we had a regional forum. Both activities were conducted in October last year, and women and organizations, organized women, mentioned some of the main conditions of structural inequalities that they're currently living through, and these profound and deep barriers like the access to land, water, credit, and extension services, and also to formal markets. We can add an overburden of non-paid work here, and it limits the time of women to what time they have available their economic and financial autonomy and restricts their participation in decision-making spaces. I think that this is quite similar to what the youth organizations have mentioned, along with some of the organizations that we've heard from here, are sister organizations in this discussion space. The document that comes out or will come out of these 2 spaces for discussion and the forum will call upon, at the end of the day, it's just a regional roadmap for 2030, and it recognizes in civil society the organization of rural females not only as beneficiaries, but it recognizes them as key stakeholders in implementation and development of their countries and communities, with a central role in the incidence in public policies and budgeting, in the monitoring of commitments and demands for accountability, in strengthening of territorial and intergenerational partnerships, and of course, this key milestone for this year, which is the International Year of the Female Farmer. And I'd like to mention that it will be launched in the next regional conference in a specific event that we'll have on the 5th, Thursday the 5th, and at the same time as the Inter-American Rural Women's Meeting, and it was one of the elements that we discussed for the 2030 agenda. In this consultation process, we validated, delved into, and projected, forecasted all these different priorities of civil society, strengthening regional articulation, advancing towards common positions that allowed us to further impact and more effectively impact in the implementation of the 2030 agenda and our roadmap that we've been creating since last year. Here, it's worth noting that the main elements that came out as key messages that women would like to leave in this space are related with public policies, legislations, and the need to legislate and design key public policies in different countries for these frameworks to exist, these frameworks that challenge many of our countries, right? Despite the fact that there's advanced, but it's still challenging. The organizations demanded regulatory frameworks that included budgets that were clear budgets and monitoring mechanisms, actual participation in the design, implementation, control of policies, the recognition of care, household care or child care as something that is critical to bridge all these gaps that we still have in the region. And of course, we have affirmative action measures as quota measures that are still necessary to ensure participation, right? And decision making and to ensure participation of Afro-descendant women, women from First Nations, and of course, female youth here. I'd like to just leave the document of the roadmap with you. It contains all this detailed information with the desire of continuing to work along with you in the regional agenda to put rural women at the core of sustainable development and in order not to leave anyone behind. Have the most of success in this educational space. And thank you to everyone that's connected with us in this consultation with civil society. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, Claudia. That's her work from last year. We are finished with the presentations now. You saw that it's a lot of content. It's much to reflect upon, and we have a lot to talk about in the coming days in the consultation process. We have until 1 p.m. for you to ask questions and comment. And the technical leaders of the areas that presented are also here with us until the end of the morning. So you can take this opportunity to ask questions, make suggestions, and I'm now going to give the floor to people who are connected with us online. I think it's even harder for them to accompany us from so far away, but it's easier to be in the room, right? It's quite enriching and much more concrete to be here in person live, but we have 3 hands up via Zoom, so the floor is yours, and you can go ahead and ask something now. I see Anaida Nunez. If you could introduce yourself first and the organization you represent later. Thank you. Anaida? Yes, we can hear you now. Well, thank you very much. My name is Anaida Nunez. I'm I'm from Venezuela and from an institute. Thank you very much for this invitation to be part as civil society of this space, which is so important. Consultation with a technical character led by FAO. I live in Caracas, in Venezuela, in middle income area or zone, and I'm a Swiss. I belong from a network of entrepreneurs, right, productive units. And since 2019, I'm a seamstress, and I've given the blockage we currently went through in 2015, 2016, we have been created a network for train the trainers, right, from the local side. For example, I know how to sew, and there are some other comrades that have experience in accounting, another comrade that has experience in trade models development. And since 2019, we've started to articulate and connect locally to create more conditions, more livelihood for strengthening our livelihoods based on the dignity of the people of the global south to combat many of the circumstances we've been undergoing, like the coercive unilateral measures that we've been suffering for 1 decade, right? It's been the coercive measures we've had for 1 decade. Like I mentioned, we're a mixed network between the community sector, the private sector too, because we have comrades that are part of cooperatives, of social production companies, and also from the public sector, from the community sector. I also represent a community. I'm the spokeswoman for the Committee of Communal or District Economy from the district councils. So all the expressions of life, local life in Venezuela, we're all strengthening this network in equal conditions, collective participation to have technical training. We also have a cost system to know how what the price is of certain products, right? Or of how do we create production along with self-care and the respect for Mother Nature. This is for, and from Venezuela, I'd like to take the opportunity to report the vile attack that we suffered on January the 3rd. We're people of peace. We're not emotionally or psychologically used to this type of such violence. There are violent expressions of a war that we don't want, that we're not seeking, because as a woman and as the peoples and people in territory here, what we aim for is peace. And we want to report, and I'd like to take this space, Diana, my brothers and my sisters, to report the vile attack that we suffered from the North American imperialists. And I'd like to say that we're not afraid. We're people that are building our sovereignty, our sustainability now based on territories, along with the reduction of inequality and poverty, strengthening resilience between peoples. So we're here. Thank you very much for extending this invitation. We're a network of seamstresses, of producers of the territory, but also from agriculture based, right, from the farms and the fishing industry, and we're all coordinating to make our lives more sustainable in the framework of this new global context, that Venezuela does not escape the terrible things. With this global siege, we defend human rights, and thank you very much, FAO, for giving us the right of participation, this right to express ourselves, rights, and the peoples of the South. And thank you very much. It's an important space for learning. We've been writing some things down. We've been hearing from all the expressions of Afro-descendant females, sexual diversities, the young people, as women and females who are also part of sexual diversity. So thank you very much for extending this invitation. We're here for you. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing a bit of your vision from the Venezuelan territory. We are now going to give the floor to the next person. I can't see your name right now, but just open your microphone and introduce yourself.
Adelante.
Go ahead.
Murachi, ¿será?
Murachi?
Murachi, ¿verdad?
Go ahead, sir.
Saludos.
Hi, yes. If you try to be brief in your intervention, I'd like to thank you because we don't have much time. I'd like to thank you for this space. I'm part of the Venezuelan Land Observatory, also from Venezuela. There's a space for a research space, different researchers who have studied different agrarian and agri-food issues. Since we were talking about the fifth proposal for governance, democratic governance, I want to add that there are some structural and historical aspects that exist. Structurally, we've seen how in all the interventions, the access to land has been a central element. We have a quite interesting experience in Venezuela thanks to the 25 years that the law on agrarian development and land has, where we have regularized land tenure to more than 14 million hectares, more than 431,000 producers. And that has been key because Venezuela is a country that, as my comrade mentioned, recently suffered military siege that had never been seen before. In addition to that, we've been resisting economic siege for 10 years already, quite significant. And the small producers benefited with that law on land, and the small artisanal fishing associations were benefited based on the fishing law, and that protected them. in terms of fishing, and in the hardest times, the more challenging times, they were able to guarantee the food, agrarian sustainability of the country, right? With also with the trawling and fishing. And from the structural point of view, I don't think it's important, but within the elements of democratic governance, I think one of the priorities should be the preservation of the institutional regional framework, because we've seen how there's been an increasing trend towards the increase of those financial or siege measures, which we've been living for a long time already. But today we see with large concern how other Latin American countries, even like Ecuador, propose proposing different sanctions against other brother, sister countries like Colombia. And I think that we also have military siege, right? The violation to free sailing, or it all commits the right fishing of the small producers. Even it also the right trading for small marketers, right? So that has agri-food effects in our people, I believe. And I definitely believe that we're in a historical moment where the global institutional framework is it's challenging, right? The preservation of that institutional regional framework should be one of the priorities and one of the things that should allow us to, on the one hand side, build direct democracy in our countries and territories, but on the other hand side, would allow us to have a regional framework for peace and respect, where we guarantee sovereignty, free trade, free sailing, and the access to our people, livelihoods, soil, land, water we need for livelihood. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your collaboration. Let's now go with Diana Calderon. Diana?
Hola, buenos días.
Hi, good morning.
Saludos, estimados voceros y representantes
Greetings, dear spokespeople and representatives of civil society organizations and authorities. I'm Diana Calderon. I'm a nutritionist, and I'm part of the collective for healthy and sovereign food that we've called the 4S's here. This space of strategic dialogue for LARC 39 has been, we're part of it. Our participation seeks to consolidate recommendations that turn agri-food systems towards sustainability and fulfillment of the 2030 SDGs. Therefore, we're interested in the sovereignty of our people. We must, of course, report the aggression of January 3rd as a flagrant violation of international law that breaches food security and nutritional advances presented in the different FAO, WHO, and FAO reports or claims of 2035. We want a zone of peace here, rejecting the use of food as something used against the Venezuelan people, right? As coercive issues. We need stability in the face of external shocks. The report of the Global Food Council of 2025 says that resilience is built by strengthening governance and protecting our vulnerable groups. Our proposal to advance the regional priority number 2 of ending hunger and reaching food security and improving nutrition is the following. First of all, we need healthy diets and diversity diets, right? We have to have autochthonous food of local production as something that must be used in Venezuela. We want to strengthen national programs for nutritional food education to combat the 2 ways of malnutrition. We must also strengthen proximity systems, prioritize family agriculture, and sustainable aquaculture and fishing practices and blue practices like we've been doing in Venezuela, where fishing production increased more than 5% in 2025. Planning must be done based on the population's requirements and efficient supply chains that reduce waste and elevated costs. We must also work on resilience, resistance, and social protection focused on resistance, right? We must prioritize the support of producers to better use the local potential to have nutritional food, guaranteeing well-being. We can do this supporting nutritional education based on collective construction, based on the model proposed by the country that ensures and guarantees the empowerment of producing localities, right, or communities focused on their needs. Now, to reach the objective, the sustainability objective, we must also focus on qualitative analysis. We propose to incorporate qualitative tools to capture the reality of food insecurity and hunger beyond the different meetings, installing water stress as something determining factors. The proposals that are written here show the urgent need of recognizing the advance and the potential of the built actions to build this sovereign political approach. These technical strategies must not only be acknowledged but reinforced and assumed by FAO and the multilateral entities as methodologies that can be copied and replicated. For this purpose, we need efficient management that creates guidelines that are specific for all the NGOs, agents, and other stakeholders that do capacity strengthening actions. It's important to overcome assistantialism and voluntarism of those actions where some people want to dilute something in a political effort that's designed for sustainability. And FAO regional offices must lead the technical offices that help us with local high-efficiency tools, which must position the coherence to avoid the fragmentation of nutritional food insecurity and a rapid response, ignoring the potential for development for those that truly build a transformative food system. The Venezuelan people, I'm sorry, Diana, please conclude. Venezuelan people is an innovative working class that learns, working people that we love peace, and we're committed with multilateral cooperation under the umbrella of international law, where we must recognize all of the organization of civil society, popular power, and the base structures. We would like to foster the different organizations or encourage them to reject any coercive measures. With this, we can guarantee that no Latin American family goes through the injustices of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. We go to Maria Isabel. I want to tell Maria Isabel and Gabriela, if you can share with us elements that are different to what we have already discussed up to now and that can be shared now. What is it we're missing on topics or some other detail that we have not covered up to now? Maria Isabel. Good afternoon. I would like to send my regards from Venezuela. In Venezuela, it's difficult to define yourself because we're many things at the same time. I am a scientist, but I'm also part of a work group that goes hand in hand with communities. We are at this moment in time advancing projects with fisher people, folk facing the climate change. Conuqueras also. Conuquera is the word that we use, a local word, autochthonous word that has to do with family agriculture and that are under other that are not monocrops. As you're asking something of novelty that has not been stated, in addition, we are carrying out analysis of vulnerability. These analyses are intersectorial and they have gender perspectives included. I want to mention that Venezuela has been attacked in the last 26 years. that has, in the last 3 weeks, with a bombardment that, in addition to bombarding civils, they bombarded centers of research where universities, preschoolers, and schools were bombarded our work environments. This is a peaceful peoples, but it has been attacked, and it's a suffering peoples that has built. This is something that needs to be visibilized. It's a governance within the territories in Venezuela that go hand in hand with the process. The social movement go in hand with public policies. I have been listening with a great deal of attention to our colleagues, Afro-descendants, that have spoken and that spoke before me. And I want to tell you that in Venezuela, at this moment in time, although we have an imperial attack with arms, the social movement are mobilized, and we are mobilized around a constitution document that includes fisher folk that have been militarily affected, and their lives have been endangered. And our food security is endangered because we have more than 3,000 kilometers of coastline. Therefore, climate change, we believe, must be common responsibility, but differentiated. The peoples of the South are not responsible of climate change, but we have a right to a development that should be thought of, and a sovereignty that has to be discussed from the territories. Venezuela has its own story to tell. There is not only one democracy. Our democracy is participative, and we are involved in various structural changes that have taken place. We want to have the space and time to visualize what is happening, and scientific developments that are almost impossible to pay for. So we're also asking for being viewed to our cities, our model, our food sovereignty, and our projects, and the manner in which we govern ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, FAO, for this moment. Thank you very much. We have Graciela Gonzalez with her hand raised. Graciela. Good morning. After Graciela, we will open the floor to the plenary that is present now. Good morning to all of you. Hello from Venezuela on behalf of the collective of Oceans of Caracuy, which is a human group that sustains life. We cannot ignore that our food system has been a target of attacks to our sovereignty in the 3rd of January, and coercive attacks upon our lands. However, in Venezuela, the response has not been the paralysis, but we have implemented profoundly a Bolivarian process in science and culture and food from this collective. I am a witness of how we have transformed the food, school feeding, and areas that have been subutilized, sweet potatoes, amongst other, and some of our plums that are local foods. We diversify our diet with local identity. We see this in productive schools where our children are part of their life cycle. They are growing as they produce their own food. This is seen as a comprehensive and pedagogical human right, and which supports the SOFI 2025, albeit the restrictions. We want that FAO recognizes and views this development, and guaranteeing that school feeding is fundamental. And this is part of the communities that facilitate regional exchange of successful experiences and a firm pronouncement of anything that restricts basic input. Venezuela guarantees the future of their children, demonstrating even though we have been attacked, we are strong at working at eradicating hunger. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gisela.
Mira, cerrando tal vez el capítulo Venezuela.
To conclude the chapter of Venezuela, right? Not concluding, but rather we would like to open the floor here. Thank you all from Venezuela that have been with us. It's very good to have you here. We'd like to open the floor, therefore, to the plenaries. Given the time constraints, we only have time for 3 people. 3 people, it's already 4. 3 people, please. Bet first that has raised her hand previously. 1 person from Afro descendants. You can combine, and 1 from the indigenous people, 1 from the Caribbean. And Afro, please decide who is going to speak. And if someone else that is online would like to set forth their comments or have questions, please write them on the chat because we are variously participating in the chat. Please, very quickly, concrete and fast. First, I would like to thank the colleagues from Venezuela for participating and for setting forth their realities and their challenges. And we know we have solidarity with what's taking place in Venezuela. This represents something very strong for our region. Concrete and quickly, I wanted to mention 2 things. First, reinforce the priority 5 of governance and alert everyone that's here that strategically, this moment, governance needs to be a priority that needs to be discussed. We also need to cross-section governance in everything we do, in all our priorities. It's not a box. It is a manner in which we do our work, which changes the results completely that we're trying to attain. From another standpoint, is given the fast process and the little time we have, I want to make sure that I set forth a LARC in the agenda, which is the urban food sovereignty of agri-food system. We cannot think of a transformation from the structural standpoint if we do not consider urban, the cities, and the peripheral areas of cities, of urban settlement. These are not passive people. These are active part of the transformation. We're only going to transform the agri-food system. We're only going to conquer food sovereignty and adequate food consumption if we don't articulate the city, the urban and the rural, their perspective of transformation. So I would like to alert to make sure that we make transversal all these aspects to include the urbans as centers in part of the food sovereignty. Next, Mr. Decaui.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I am Bonito Calixto Guzman. I am a Quechua and of the indigenous people, and I'm the general coordinator of the CAUI, which is a representation of the Andean peoples of Latin America. And I have a doubt, and it's a big question for FAO. Today, we have heard the plan that FAO has to save humanity from hunger. We have been attending for 30 years to the COP. And we have been participating in these events. And I always question, where are the solutions of the global agreement? COP15, one of the agreements was that we should not go above 1.5 degrees of the average temperature of the Earth. What's happened? Has that objective been attained? No. The global warming continues to take place. Mother Earth continues to be degrading. And there is a basic element that we have as a humanity is water. Let us not forget that the Andean territories is where the sweet water of most of the Earth's resources from the Patagonia, right, all the way reaching with the border with Venezuela. We have 7,000 kilometers of sweet water, and it's degrading. The soils are degrading. So how do we expect to talk about the zero hunger, the reduction of malnutrition in our children, when public policies of our governments are attacking our right to water, land, soil, and a dignified life? So we consider the indigenous peoples. We have not only defend our own land, we have become the defenders of life. And there are two very concrete proposals there. One is that indigenous peoples have the right to previous informed decision for any public policy must be done with the consent, not the consultation, because this is a trickery. Another aspect is that we have been told that we are ignorant, illiterate, and we have no other alternative. We do have technology which is ancestral. The science up to now has not been able to demonstrate what they're going to do with water. That's the Andean technology, the seed and sowing of water. These are ancestral groups. What are we going to do? Knowledge. What are we going to do about soil on a daily matter? There is a degradation of our land, and there's a technology that we have in Machu Picchu. This is technology that is ancestral. How many millions of years does that technology have? So the indigenous, let's recover this knowledge. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Vamos aquí.
Let us, thank you very much.
Ahí mismo. Adelante.
Yes, please. Darío Solano from Citafrol, the Dominican Republic, and also the Caribbean. In the different presentations that we have heard, we see clearly that there's a structural issue. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal area of the world. The displacement comes from the colonial period to date. And in the case of African descendants, there was an abolishment of slavery, but not of land tenure. And this has been, without a doubt, something that we talk about. It's called structural racism. We're talking about environmental justice because there are debts, historical debts for us. We understand that at this moment in time for Latin America and the Caribbean, the conservatism, it is going deeper, and we have to set forth a warning about this. We understand that from the Afro-descendant perspective, we hope that FAO, in the case of land and territories, is that we refer to historical reparation, which is fundamental when we talk about social justice and we talk about rights. And from this entire process, the threat and participation and to democracy, there's a great deal of risk in that which relates to human rights. In priority fourth, we talk about resilience. When we talk about poverty, when we talk, we should have a focus on rights, that human rights are visibilized clearly. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now we will go to this lady from the Caribbean. Yes, Marjorie.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Marjorie Beezer, representing ACARI, the Agricultural Alliance of the Caribbean. We're based out of Antigua and Barbuda in the Eastern Caribbean. This is my first time in this community, and I've heard a lot. I'm listening intently, clearly. Spanish, Portuguese, other versions of the Latin languages are not my first language, but what I want to do, what I've been doing is listening deeply. There are three concepts that kept coming up that are very much aligned with what we see as a vision for how we get this work done in Akari being part of the, if you will, that village, yeah? Inclusivity, inclusion, inclusion, inclusion. What does that mean? For us, one of the lenses that we would like to add to the conversation is the lens of ability, persons with disabilities. A lot of times when we talk about inclusion, we're talking about language. We're talking generally. We're talking about being able to get in or out of a door or a space. Some persons do not have the mental capacity, or they may be exiting jail, prison, returning nationals who need an opportunity not just for a leg up, but to be contributing members of society, yeah, to reclaim their lives. Also, our youth. When we talk about youth, we also need to look at the youth who doesn't yet have the answer and walk with them, create pathways. What does that mean? The at-risk youth and his or her community, his or her home and family. How do we leverage agriculture as a mechanism for one, economic dynamism? It creates an opportunity for hope, entrepreneurship. We speak about women in agriculture. What about the woman who is disabled, who is in rural Antigua and Barbuda, who doesn't have transportation, who needs technical assistance, who needs financial support, who needs to know that there's money out there and how to get that money? How about her or him? So my task here over the next two and a half days or day and a half is to find community and to build relationship. We talk about resilience, that's the other piece. Climate speaks to resilience from an environmental, if you will, lens, but we also are resilient spiritually. We are resilient as a people. We are resilient, Venezuela. Yes, we are resilient, and we are the community. We are the power. We are the thing, the missing ingredient, the secret sauce that will create not just the dynamism, but the sustainable change that we want, that we've been talking about, and taking talk and translating that into action. I'm here to help. Let me know how I can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tenemos que cerrar esa sesión en la mañana.
We want to close the session this morning. We will hear two people from FAO to react to the most important aspect and essential aspects that we have seen this morning. And Maya will close, and the lunch will be ready at 1:15, and we will respond and go to lunch. Can we begin now? Priority number one.
Muchísimas gracias, bueno, mis colegas de FAO que están acompañándoles físicamente y también.
Very much to my colleagues of FAO who are here in person and the colleagues from civil society who have contributed. Many contributions were practically, well, what you exposed to us, right? We normally take note of everything, and I also realize how your priority points are aligned to what we're proposing in your questions to have an innovation for sustainable agricultural production, to have better methods to achieve this. And I'm going to leave blue transformation to refer to the other topics first, and then add to what a colleague from Panama and Brazil mentioned when they came up to the podium, where we are talking about One Health. And something you mentioned, which is important, is equitable access to different types of resources. That's what we call it, where we have land tenure, we can access to microcredits, funding, financing, social protection, innovation, etc. We have a strong line of work for this purpose. And it's very important to hear from you, just like our colleague Andrea commented about the idea is to be part of the solution. And another important part is digital agriculture, to create innovation through digitalization, to be able to use the new means and media and technology to be more productive and efficient. Regarding fishing, I'd like to make a comment. Our colleague Ernesto was talking about 20 million fishermen in the region. In a publication we published with Duke University and FAO in 2022, 3, which was about illuminating the concealed captures, illuminated Haina harvest. We found that 85,000 people in Latin America and the Caribbean directly or indirectly depend on agriculture and fishing. And this is a quite important number, significant number. We know that these are sectors that normally have different government authorities, right? Or due to its dynamic, different and changing dynamic on the fishing industry, sometimes it's very hard to participate in these sectors and these forums. That's why I'd like to thank all of you that are here representing that sector and who've been part of this consultation process for your contributions. I'll still like to mention aquaculture and to support. I know you're hurrying me, Duca. Aquaculture is quite productive and great alternative related with family agriculture to produce high quality proteins, and it's one of the focuses of FAO. Not only one of the focuses of FAO globally is to drive this activity more. Why? Because fishing is at its maximum point in terms of the exploitation of global captures, standardized for more than 90,000 tons in 20-25 years. And aquaculture is an alternative for fishing, for fish production, which is also what people are demanding from us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier. We'll go with Melvin from, we'll have 2 minutes. Also from the regional side, Melvin. Oh, there you are. Melvin Medina. You have 2 minutes for final reflections. This is a bit related with regional priority number 3. I think it's worth noting that FAO is a technical agency. And I think it's important to increase the technical knowledge, the creation of knowledge, but we must also consider and convey these ancestral technologies, just like another participant mentioned. This will allow us to increase climate change resiliency, right? Especially when we're talking about land preservation and water practices. Water preservation practices. I loved hearing, and well, I will mention that we're working with the implementation of climate change related projects through all the Andean region. And in addition, we must also position Afro-descendant people throughout the entire region. We have great experiences from projects that we've implemented in the Caribbean, and I'd like to mention that there's a relationship between water and land matters and issues and how they relate with FAO. In FAO, we have this approach of not separating the two natural resources. They always have to be together because land management and water management are fully related. So I think that that's my contribution. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Melvin. Priority 3. Now let's go with priority 2, Leopoldo. Thank you, Duca. First of all, I'd like to thank all the interventions, different speakers, and valuable comments. And I'll briefly refer to a couple of points. In the case of better nutrition, we focus on the need of having more solid, robust evidence and more political will to advance in a more articulated, integrated, and differentiated way to care for rural communities from more vulnerable areas where most food insecurity relies, and there's more prevalence, and they have a limited and restricted access to healthy diet. And regarding family agriculture, including First Nations and Afro-descendants, their cultural and social makeup as a driver of as a rural driver with poverty and malnutrition. Of course, given the context, our reproductive economic matters are quite different to the more technified agricultural livestock production. Therefore, these differentiated policies, along with the support and the promotion of family agriculture, create a more strategic action against the risk factors of malnutrition in these more vulnerable populations, allowing, therefore, territorial actions, nutritional education, food education, including integral well-being, promotion to healthy diets with the territorial identity, actions to support, actions for social support to make its access easier with focus on the fresh and autochthonous food that our rural producers produce. Okay, let's now go with Pablo for priority number 4, and then we'll close with Maya and go to lunch.
Pablo.
Pablo?
A ver.
Let's see. I don't see everyone that's on Zoom on your screens. I don't know if Pablo is connected. If not, he's not connected. Okay. Maybe Maya can comment something on this, and then she can close. Well, thank you very much for your excellent comments. It's always quite refreshing to hear from you. I wanted to make some general comments, observations. If Pablo does not connect, I'd like to reinforce how important the Afro-descendant agenda is and the inclusion of indigenous populations in social and the priority associated to rural inclusive transformation. There's a set there's work and efforts that we're doing there, even with people with disabilities in rural areas. These are topics that in this biennium we've worked on and driven, both with a specific consultation we did with the African descent population, and also there's a publication that we launched last year on the characterization of Afro-descendant populations in the region. Is a publication that we launched in the forum last year. It's a drive we continue working on with FAO for the implementation of free, prior, and informed consent. First of all, because gladly enough for all of us, it's an obligation in the implementation of all of our projects to have the CDPI. Now, as a challenge for us, and I was actually asking our teams if we could make an analysis of the quantity of CDP processes that have concluded, because I believe that this is important information. And for us to, well, yes, it's important, and this is advancing. And regarding abilities, we are seeking to do a characterization on these people in rural areas. But in general, I'd like to reinforce what I mentioned in the beginning, also related with governance. The consultation process, for me, is part of the governance priority, one of the elements of governance in the consultation process. I wanted to put that over the table because in the prior conference, our commitment was to employ this consultation process, right? So we are finishing the 8th consultation process for this conference. This is a conference where we've done more consultations because we included African descent people. We also did the youth forum. We also held a consultation process with strategic partners, including you, the piloting committee of non-governmental affairs, Colombian rights agencies. Interagency work is also very important for us, and we also want to foster this. And would like, in addition to a technical consultation we did with the member countries in August, Our commitment is to continue advancing in this consultation process, and in addition to the documents we did, right, in the online consultation process, we were able to anticipate to this consultation process that favored us, incorporating the documents that will be published. What we're currently missing is to include in the reports of the conference, to include this into the conference report. This report of the member countries, whoever declares this is the member countries. So these are the commitments that you can see reflected in the conference reports. Your declarations, your statements are key here because all the member countries will be hearing and listening. I'm sorry I'm speaking about this, but it's the only chance I'll have to speak about this. But this will contribute for what's coming next, which is a declaration or statement. Now, language. We're making an effort here to include Portuguese interpretation right here. As you know, the UN is going through, the entire UN is going through different financial issues. We're making a great effort, but consider that we're making all of our efforts, which means allocating funds, which is good. We need to allocate more funds in this, right? And well, in global terms, it's 6 official languages of the UN. So we're sometimes restricted. Portuguese, unfortunately, is not a UN official language. But I just want to clarify that it's not that we don't want to have interpretation in Portuguese, but it's these are UN rules. But here in the region, of course, Portuguese is a language with a wide population, but we'll try to make this effort to include this. In the conference, we are trying to guarantee that there's Portuguese interpretation too. Well, the integration of the 4 areas is critical, fundamental. Many comments were common to many of you. Many of you speak from different areas, and the comments of my colleagues too. That is critical, because if not, we won't reach inclusive, sustainable, and resilient production, because 5 of you are in better life. You're in a better environment and efficient, better production. We won't be able to reach everything. So that's why it's a unique vision, and the comprehensive vision and in our agenda, our programmatic approach. What we do is include public policies and investments. It's not an intervention that is just left out in the project and it's got a beginning and then an end. No, our interventions and our projects, we seek to inform policies with this programmatic approach, right? To promote, improve participatory governance in these projects. Governance, in our case, is an accelerator, and it's not to say, okay, we have 4 improvements and we have the accelerators. The accelerators of the strategic framework of FAO, including science, technology, data, and governance, human capital, and institutions. For us, governance is a critical topic. And here we can make the commitment to search for, implement this work group that you're mentioning. Just like Luca said, in this biennium, we searched and looked for you to advance on this topic, but we didn't have much of a response, but now let's see if we are able to drive this. Regarding the urban agenda, I'd like to reinforce that, yes, it's part of our technical efforts, right? It's the strategic framework, sorry, it's a priority programmatic affair of improvement where we seek to drive the integration, city and market, sustainable cities topics. Sorry, but it's not here, but it's not lack of time and space. It exists. It's there in the priority documents. In your presentation, you'll be able to see this. I saw that the access to land was a very important topic, and it's structural. I fully agree. It's a structural issue of the region that contributes to us continuing with inequality, access to resources and entry of resources, and this is structural in our region. I'd like to reinforce that this year, and at the end of February this year, we'll have the International Conference on Agrarian Reform organized by the government of Colombia, but it's an international conference. FAO is providing the technical support here. So 20 years after the first conference, we have the second conference. This was presented in the Global Committee for Food Security in Rome, which FAO is also part of, right? I'd just like to mention that we have this opportunity of an important political moment where Colombia is extending the invitation to all the member countries, and we hope that this has a great outcome driving this topic here in our region, but it's a global conference. That's it for me. Thank you very much, and we'll be here for you in case you have any comments, questions throughout these 2 days. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maya. And Maya and I, our colleagues, even our colleagues that are here online, we will not disappear. We'll be here for 1.5 days with you, 1.5 days. So if you need any clarification or anything, we'll be here for you. I'd also like to thank and mention that we have 2 colleagues from Rome here who work on civil society issues. We have Kaori Ave, if you can raise your hand, and Maribel Gonzalez are both colleagues from Rome who are here with us, accompanying us from the Youth Forum. So they're also here. They're also here for you in case you need to clarify any ideas, if you have any questions, etc. Without further ado, let's go to lunch because there was a small coffee break, right? Not enough. But anyway, I'd like to thank everyone that's connected via Zoom, via YouTube. Those of you that are via YouTube with us, please register the Zoom link if you want to participate and ask questions in the afternoon. And my colleagues at FAO, I'd like to thank you. You're all free now because in the afternoon, we'll have an exclusive session for civil society. So thank you very much. And we can conclude. Yes, I'd also like to thank the interpreters, Marcela, and everyone that's in technical support, Valentina, Esperanza, etc., and FAO Brazil. Okay? Okay, we are finished. Thank you.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress. Hunger and food insecurity are declining from 33.7% in 2020 to 25.2% in 2024, according to the latest report on food security and nutrition in the world. This is one of the largest reductions worldwide, but challenges remain. Today, 34 million people still suffer from hunger, and healthy diets persist unaffordable for 182 million people. The causes are complex and interconnected. Extreme climate events, economic constraints, global disruptions like the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and rising food prices. The most vulnerable are hit hardest, and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals is at risk. That is why we must accelerate action. In March 2026, leaders will gather in Brasilia, Brazil, at the 39th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Heads of state, ministers, parliamentarians, civil society, academia, and the private sector, all united from 33 countries, will address regional priorities and strengthen joint action towards transforming agri-food systems. We need to identify solutions together. FAO stands as a trusted and an impartial partner and continues supporting countries to transform agri-food systems, making them efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. For a world free of hunger, this is the path forward. A better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Latin America and the Caribbean can lead by example, transforming agri-food systems through integrative, innovative, and science-driven responses, and build a region free of poverty, hunger, and inequality. This is our opportunity. This is our time to act.
No final do século XIX, o mundo começava a sentir o impacto do declínio da agricultura diante da indústria e das finanças. Surgiu então a necessidade de criar uma organização que defendesse os agricultores e combatesse a fome global. Em 16 de outubro de 1945, 44 países assinaram a Constituição da FAO, criando uma organização permanente para enfrentar a fome no mundo. John Boyd Orr foi eleito o primeiro diretor-geral e, em 1949, recebeu o Prêmio Nobel da Paz. Nas décadas de 1950 a 1970, houve a expansão de projetos no Brasil, criação do Códex Alimentários, Programa Mundial de Alimentos, PRODEPEF e Laboratório de Produtos Florestais. Um destaque, a primeira Conferência Mundial da Alimentação. Em 1974, o Brasil reconhece o direito à alimentação como um direito humano.
O Brasil é um dos países mais ativos na FAO, não só por ter sido membro fundador, mas é, por exemplo, um dos pouquíssimos países que ocupou uma cadeira no Conselho da FAO, que é o órgão executivo principal da organização, desde sempre. Desde que o Conselho foi criado, o Brasil tem uma cadeira e é constantemente reeleito, né? Acabamos de ser novamente reeleitos para o Conselho da FAO. O único período em que o Brasil não ocupou essa cadeira foi no final dos anos 50, início dos anos 60, quando o Brasil presidiu o Conselho na condição de presidente independente do Conselho com o Josué de Castro.
Até os anos 80, os anos áureos, né, do PNUD, a FAO desenvolveu projetos muito interessantes. Um exemplo de projeto bem interessante foi o levantamento dos recursos hídricos no Nordeste, por exemplo. Esses projetos, que foram vários, possibilitaram posteriormente a apresentação de um projeto para o Banco Mundial que gerou os projetos de irrigação do Nordeste.
A importância lá de trás, né, desse marco que a gente teve do estudo FAO-INCRA, que foi muito definidor das políticas da agricultura familiar, na forma como elas estão desenhadas até hoje, no crédito rural, por exemplo, né, do PRONAF, na formação de quadros, inclusive, né, hoje nós temos muitos quadros atuando aqui no Brasil, no governo federal, mas em outros níveis também, e mesmo na sociedade civil, que foram formados a partir de projetos implementados pelo governo em parceria com a FAO, e que foram quadros que são decisivos para que nós possamos ter a qualidade que o Brasil tem nas ações e nas políticas relacionadas ao desenvolvimento rural, à segurança alimentar.
A FAO foi criada em 1945, depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. O objetivo inicial da organização era producir os alimentos que era necessário para uma população global faminta depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial. Mas depois, quando a organização foi avançando nos conceitos técnicos, estratégicos ou políticos, verificou que efetivamente havia alimentos no mundo, mas ainda tinha pessoas com situação de subalimentação, de fome. E daí o mandato da organização se focou mais na erradicação da fome. Ainda temos fome no mundo, porém, o importante é, além de erradicar a fome em alguns países onde já han saído do mapa da pobreza, é alcançar a segurança alimentar e nutricional, que é muito além de somente ter menos pessoas em situação de subalimentação. Então, o mandato da FAO veio da produção de alimentos, a erradicação da fome, a segurança alimentar, e neste momento nos enfrentamos a uma situação na qual o sistema agroalimentário tem deficiências significativas. Pelo tanto, sí é importante erradicar a fome e conseguir a segurança alimentar, mas com um sistema agroalimentário, por exemplo, que reduzca o impacto no meio ambiente, que seja muito mais inclusivo e que esteja adaptado a mudanças climáticas.
Nas décadas de 1980 a 2000, foi criada a FAO-STAT, a Incorporação da Perspectiva de Gênero, Conferência Internacional em Nutrição e adoção das diretrizes sobre o direito à alimentação. Projetos no Brasil: PRONAGER, PAA, PENAI, e políticas de fortalecimento comunitário.
A FAO oficialmente comenzó a operar en 1951 cuando estableció un escritorio que tinha responsabilidades de execución de programas y proyectos junto ao governo. Lógicamente, no inicio da presença da FAO aqui foram actividades bastante mais técnicas de melhorar a produção, de incrementar a produção. Num contexto um pouco mais recente, a FAO assumiu assistência técnica já em aspectos muito mais complexos, não? A produção de alimentos, como tinha falado, não era suficiente e, portanto, era necessário ir a políticas públicas de acesso aos alimentos, de alcançar que as populações mais vulneráveis tenham acesso aos alimentos. E, mais recentemente, então, esse conjunto de assistência técnica se enfocou no contexto do Brasil em ajudar ao país a sair do mapa da fome, mas também com um processo de sustentabilidade ambiental. Alguns exemplos interessantes sobre a cooperação da FAO que marcam momentos importantes para a organização é o apoio que deu a FAO no programa Fome Zero, no Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, no programa de adquisição de alimentos. Mais recentemente, a FAO apoiou na criação do Plano Nacional de Abastecimento. São elementos importantes da cooperação da nossa organização, mas a FAO também o que faz é pegar as experiências do Brasil e levar para outros países do mundo onde a experiência, a tecnologia que o país desenvolveu nesse esforço de erradicação da fome, de alcançar a sustentabilidade, podem ser muito importantes e decisivos. E, ultimamente, a FAO cooperou com o governo na criação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Esse é um esforço do país de toda a sua experiência e capacidade de compartilhar com outros países, em conjunto com outros países, se enfocar em aqueles países onde as populações vulneráveis não têm alimentos ou não têm acesso aos alimentos. É decir, sair já do âmbito nacional de atuação com as experiências e ampliar as experiências a um âmbito internacional muito mais intenso e ativo, procurando alcançar a erradicação da fome no mundo.
E tem uma demanda, não só no Brasil, mais internacional, para que nós possamos, agora, saindo do mapa da fome, o Brasil, né, ampliar cada vez mais o acesso da nossa população o acesso e o consumo da nossa população a alimentos mais adequados e saudáveis. E internacionalmente tem esse compromisso aí da comunidade internacional para que nós possamos dialogar com as mudanças climáticas, né? Trabalhar a produção de alimentos de uma forma mais adequada, tanto para que impacte menos nas mudanças climáticas, mas também para que nós possamos trabalhar os sistemas alimentares de forma que eles sejam uma solução para as mudanças climáticas que estão postas aí para todos nós. Então a FAO tem aí para frente, né, um papel importante de liderar internacionalmente também essa agenda de diálogo dos sistemas alimentares com o clima, como nós estamos tentando fazer aqui no nosso país.
A FAO sempre foi muito importante para ajudar no desenvolvimento da política de alimentação escolar no Brasil, desenvolvendo parcerias através de convênios e também fazendo com que as pessoas compreendessem o programa de alimentação escolar. Então, estudos foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, eventos para debater o programa de alimentação escolar foram feitos com a ajuda da FAO, exatamente para tentar ver os gargalos, os problemas e tentar avançar para conseguir ter um programa hoje, que é um dos melhores e maiores programas de alimentação escolar no mundo, e a FAO teve, né, a sua participação extremamente importante para que esse programa hoje fosse reconhecido como um programa de excelência.
A própria criação do programa Fome Zero em 2003, ela se deve à FAO. A FAO mandou especialistas para trabalharem com o então governo de transição, antes mesmo da assunção do presidente Lula no seu primeiro mandato em 2003, já havia uma equipe enviada pela FAO que estava trabalhando no desenho do que veio a ser o programa Fome Zero e depois o Bolsa Família. Então a FAO deu uma imensa contribuição na concepção desse programa, que passou a ser um programa muito admirado e copiado por muitos outros países e que até hoje é dado como um modelo de política pública para se chegar à segurança alimentar, para acabar com a fome.
Nos últimos anos, a FAO tem apoiado o Brasil e outros países a avançar na segurança alimentar, mesmo diante de crises e pandemias. Em 2025, o Brasil lidera a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza com o apoio da FAO.
Da história da segurança alimentar para a história da FAO, a gente esteve junto e bebeu muito da água que a FAO pôde oferecer de um conjunto de políticas, dessa articulação com os países a nível mundial, né? Então, eu diria que nessa trajetória, e que para o Brasil, que recentemente volta a sair do mapa da fome, eu diria que a FAO sempre esteve do nosso lado, em mundo com sustentabilidade. Essa é a nossa expectativa de caminhar junto com a FAO.
A FAO é extremamente importante porque ela consegue fazer um debate sobre as melhores técnicas. Ela leva problemas e soluções para esses problemas realizados aqui no Brasil. Então ela está presente em várias regiões, ajudando não somente o governo federal, mas também governos estaduais, governos municipais a debaterem assuntos relacionados com a agricultura, com políticas sociais relacionadas com o desenvolvimento agrícola, com o combate à fome, com o combate à desnutrição. Então tudo isso é um elemento extremamente importante que hoje está enraizado no cerne da atuação da FAO no Brasil.
Se a FAO não existisse, ela precisaria ser criada. Eu acho que isso continua sendo muito verdade ainda hoje. Não há nenhuma outra organização no sistema das Nações Unidas que se compara à FAO. A FAO tem uma gama de temas sob sua competência que nenhuma outra agência tem. Então a FAO é hoje uma das maiores agências, é uma das mais diversas agências, e eu acho que a gente está passando por transformações no mundo que vão tornar a FAO cada vez mais necessária. Eu estou me referindo à mudança do clima, ao aumento populacional, ao processo de urbanização e vários outros processos que estão acontecendo no mundo hoje que vão continuar a fazer da FAO um apoio absolutamente necessário para todos os países do mundo.
No contexto dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a FAO, dentro de seu mandato de erradicar a fome, continuaremos trabalhando para que efetivamente essas metas sejam alcançadas, ¿no? Erradicar a pobreza no mundo, erradicar a fome do mundo, alcançar uma igualdade e reduzir as inequidades. É importante a conservação dos recursos que são essenciais para a produção dos alimentos que todos consumimos.
Ao longo de 80 anos, a FAO tem transformado vidas, combatido a fome e promovido a agricultura sustentável. A jornada continua, guiada pelo compromisso de garantir segurança alimentar para todos.